Hello. Hello. Alright. Okay. We were investigating. That's what we were doing yesterday. We finished day 1 of the trial with Mr. Edgeworth. Did I forget to refill my water? Yes, I did. It's fine. Alright, let's continue the investigation. Continue. Ah, right. Miss Sister Bikini just told us that Miss Elise was actually Miss Misty. Mystic Misty. But Bikini didn't know that Maya was Misty's daughter, or that Pearl was Maya's cousin. Right, like, we also found out that Iris is Dahlia's twin? Suspicious. And Morgan Faye's daughter? Wild. Spicy plot. She has no idea where she is now. I could tell her, but she'd probably have a coronary and a half. When I think about it, I do feel kind of sorry for Mystic Morgan. It wasn't her fault that her sister was a more powerful spirit medium. Mystic Morgan just couldn't compete with her sister. Must have been really tough on her. Even so, it doesn't excuse all the things she did. No, of course not. Oh, you can see the resemblance now that their portraits are side by side. Oh, okay. Okay. Let's see. Sounds like someone's happy. What tune is that they're humming? Gumshoe? No motive, no crime, no motive, no crime. Sing it with me. No motive, no crime. I remember when we used to search in the channeling ruin grain. Whoop! I love my job. I love that you love your job, Gumshoe. Who cares if the clothes I find are no good? Bro, who's deciding they're no good? That's not what investigating's all about. The investigator investigates for the love of investigating. It's a passion. Good cases we have, good cases we've lost along the way. But I've never guessed that Gumshoe was into reggae. What? Okay. The case is gonna be airtight. Every case is gonna be airtight. Wait, I think I need to reread everything and think about what the melody is. Hey, pal. Huh? Who, me? How long have you been there? I just got here. Oh, okay. So, What are you up to, detective? I'm investigating, pal. I made a promise to Mr. Edgeworth. Okay. I promised I would find the real murder weapon. But where is it? The real murder weapon. That barbed sword thing turned out to be a false lead, right? Still suspicious. I'm giving it my best shot here, but I still haven't turned up any clues. Just found these weird scraps of paper. Looks like a letter or something. Doesn't seem to have anything to do with the case, though. You say that. I'm trying to like... Oh gosh, it's fine. A letter... Can we reassemble it? So how's the investigation going, Detective Gumshoe? I don't know if I should be telling you, pal, but I guess it can't hurt. Looks like the murder took place in the Inner Temple Garden. And they're taking that bloody writing on the lantern pretty seriously back at HQ. What? You mean... I don't have the details, pal. All I know is, if you don't find Maya down in that sacred cavern, you're gonna be faced with one ugly situation. What kind of ugly situation are we looking at here? You got me. I don't know. They're not my words, pal. Then who said it? Mr. Godot. What? Godot? What did he mean by that? About that letter you found. Don't remind me, pal. I'm busting a gut here trying to find the murder weapon. All I find is some burnt up old letter. What does it say? What does it say? Burnt up old letter? Yeah, it was in that incinerator right outside the Inner Temple. The incinerator? I knew it. I knew I wasn't imagining it. And it looks like they did a bad job of incinerating it. There was snow in the incinerator when I first saw it. But after the incident, the snow had melted away. Which means someone used the incinerator the night of the murder. What's up with you, pal? I've got it right here if you want to take a look. I do. Can I? Do you mind? Sure, go nuts. I don't want it, pal. You can have it. It's all spirit mediums and masters and stuff. I bet it's got no relation to the case. Spirit mediums? It's gotta be important if it mentions spirit mediums and masters. Better give it a good looking over and some serious thought. Make sure you chuck it in the trash when you're done. Lettering's a crime, pal. Be careful, once night falls, should be there. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Leave everything up to her. Her name is... She is our all. The whole... Here is a picture of her. Use it when you channel her. I know you can do it. Once this is, burn the... and tell anyone about this letter. Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. Girl. Girl. You were really bad at destroying this. Alright. So what do you know about the real murder weapon so far? Well, it wasn't the Shichishito that was found impaled in the victim's body. Mr. Edgeworth proved that in court today. Yes, that's true. In which case, it must have been another blade. That's what you're running around like a headless chicken looking for now, huh? Yeah, man, it's a tiring work. Let me tell you something, pal. I'm no chicken. We've got the feather of forensics in our cap these days. We're using the department's secret weapon on this. Secret weapon? What's the secret weapon of yours? You wanna know? You've gotta think scientifically, okay? Alright. The murder weapon was a sword. Swords are, scientifically speaking, made of metal, right? Any questions so far? No? I know what he's gonna say, but I'll let him look smart. So what's the perfect tool for the job? Ta-da! Metal detector. Raise your hand if you didn't see this coming from a mile away. Well, you want to give scientific investigation a go? Huh? Me? I've been using this thing for hours now. Gets pretty boring after a while. Why don't you give it a try? I don't know. Should I help Detective Gumshoe out or not? Sure, why not? Come on, pal. It's good fun, I'm telling you. Alright then. I guess I'll give it a go. Like I said, this is the department's most advanced gadget. The absolute best. It's so sensitive, you could make it cry. It's so high-tech, you could skydive off it. Oh, bother. Oh, bother. So now I'm gonna tell you how to use it. It's possible the real murder weapon's around here somewhere, right? Sure. That's what we're trying to find out. Right, so first, let's turn the detector on. That's the sound of the metal detector's signal bouncing off something metallic. Next, move the detector, don't worry. We'll let you know when you hit something. When that happens, check it out. This looks like a wallet? Oh, there are shapes in the snow. Aha! That's where it's been. Is it yours, detective? I'm always dropping it, so I put a bell on it. Okay, bro. But you still dropped it anyway. Yeah, but now I found it again, pal. Your wallet is completely empty. Well, I drop it all the time, so I don't put money in it anymore. Then how come the metal detector picked it up? Must be because of the bell, I guess. This must be an old panhandle or something. How do you know that? Huh? What? That was my nickname in junior high. What? Panhandle? I didn't have much money back then, pal. Used to bum stuff off the other kids sometimes, so they called me Panhandler. Panhandler, huh? I can see that. Thinking back, it's actually kind of a nice memory now. What's this? Pen? Hey, I've been looking all over for that, pal. Huh? It's yours. Yeah, my old man gave it to me when I qualified as a detective. Told me it'd be good for sticking in suspects' faces. That makes you detective sound really nasty. My dream to stick it in your face one day, right? And don't go losing it. There's something round buried in the ground here. Don't touch that, pal. Huh? What is it? It's a trap. People set them out to catch us detectives. They're real nasty. A trap for detectives. You mean like those fierce traps with sharp teeth that are supposed to snag your leg? Yeah, those. Got my finger caught in one of those once. Your finger? There was this bit of cheese and it looked so tasty. I reached out and then bam. I'm not sure I know how to respond to a story as stupidly pitiful as that. The sled's made of plastic. That's odd. It says bikini number 1 on the side. Maybe there's something under it. Hey, what's this? A badge? Aha! I've been hunting high and low for that. It's yours, detective? That thing's priceless to a guy like me, pal. Cop can't be a cop without his badge. I'm sure glad I put that dime in there now. How did you manage to drop your badge here, of all places? I know, I bet it happened this morning. I was playing around with the sled and... Stop right there. I don't need to hear any more. Scientifically speaking, they're usually made of wood, but the detective's reacting to it. Yeah. But now, however you look at it, the thing's made of wood, alright? But I don't bother investigating anything unless it looks like it might be metallic. Isn't the whole point of a metal detector to find metal where you can't see it? It's weird that this thing is causing a racket. Here, let me take a look at it. Hey, hands off. Examining evidence is a job for the... The top's coming off. Look what you've done. You damaged a really important piece of evidence. Ah. Oh shit. That's a sword inside the staff. Is this... Could it be the murder weapon? Well, damn. I'd never have guessed there'd be a sword concealed in the victim's staff. You call this kind of thing a sword cane, pal. It's a real gem. The workmanship is really something else. Thank goodness it wasn't a cane sword, or else the victim would have stabbed her own foot. I officially give up on trying to figure out how Gumshoe's mind works. The real scene of the crime was the inner temple garden. Then why was the sword used to kill the victim found in the main hall courtyard? Hey, Gumshoe. Who knows about the hidden sword? No one. Even the police didn't know about this until I discovered it just now. Well, as they say, there's no team in Gumshoe. Doesn't look like there are any traces of blood on it. I guess this isn't the murder weapon, huh? No. I'm sure someone just wiped it off after the murder. Yeah, of course. This thing's definitely the murder weapon. Great job, pal. It's about the same length as the Shishishito, too. This must be the murder weapon. Okay, I'm gonna run over to forensics. There's gotta be some traces of blood left, even if most of it has been wiped off. See you later, pal. Gonna be airtight. Okay. Wait up, detective. Huh? What is it, pal? I'm pretty busy right now, you know. You're gonna get that staff analyzed, right? Would you mind holding off for just a while? Huh? What are you talking about, pal? Please. Just until we find Maya. Maya? What's this got to do with her? I don't know, but I'm starting to get a really bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. Oh? How so? Look, Maya's trapped inside the sacred cavern right now, and, well, we don't even know if she's okay or not. The more evidence and testimony I hear, the more uneasy I feel. You don't think Maya's been... Please, detective, let's just wait until we can get inside the sacred cavern. You're looking kind of viridian there. Okay. Just stop it with that face, pal. One thing, though. The staff's secret trick? Let's keep it between you and me, alright? If it gets out that we knew about it and didn't say anything, we're finished. I understand. This is just a regular run-of-the-mill staff. You got it? Okay. Now you take good care of it, pal. Thank you, detective. Don't worry. She'll be fine. I know she'll be fine. She has to be fine. It's not that kind of game. Gumshoe. You know, there's a place at the base of this mountain that has some really good pasta. How about I take you there when you find Maya, huh, pal? You don't have any money. Okay. Sure. Thanks. It's fine. Has a hidden sword. No one knows except me and Gumshoe. Can't help but wonder, though. What was Elise Stonium doing with a staff like this in the first place? To defend herself? I wonder if there's any news of Maya. I was expecting Larry and Pearls to be here. Guess they must have gone to collect firewood. Suppose I'll have to check back later. Oh, I think I have enough to confront her about it. Mail. The night of the crime. I think it's time you told the truth about what you were doing on that night. You said you were in your room at Hazakura Temple the entire time. Do you still claim that to be the truth? Yes, that's where I was. Iris, I believe you're innocent. That's why I want to believe what you're telling me, too. But I can't. Because this person saw you somewhere else on the night of the murder. Talking about Sister Bikini, of course. Sister Bikini. Her testimony in court today was very clear. That night I was helping an acolyte with her training in the inner temple, but, well, as you can see, my back likes to act up violently. So I left Iris to help the acolyte and returned to Hazakura Temple. Sister Bikini didn't just see you, she spoke with you. You two talked about Maya's training that night. And so you see, Iris, you were at the inner temple on the night of the murder. That's very impressive, Mr. Wright. The acolyte's actual training was due to start after 10 o'clock that night. I left the main hall early so I wouldn't be late. What time was that? Let me see. It takes about 20 minutes to walk from the main hall in the inner temple, so I would have left at about 9:40 p.m., I think? I'm sorry, Iris. Lying doesn't suit you. You left at 9:40, but that, what you say, doesn't add up. But this... You yourself testified to the contrary, don't you remember? You said you rang the lights out bell at 10 o'clock that night. Plus, only moments before you rang that bell, You were seen at the main hall by the most reliable witness I have. Who's that? Me. Mr. Wright. We even spoke a little that evening. That's when you gave me this. Surely you haven't forgotten. No, that's right. I remember. That brings us to another puzzling fact, Iris. At 10 o'clock on the night of the murder, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time. It's time you told me exactly what's been going on, Iris. So far, I've managed to prove 2 things. First, on the night of the incident, you were at the Inner Temple. Second, at the exact same time you were ringing the bell at Hazakura Temple. Only one possible explanation for this apparent impossibility. On the night of the incident, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time, which means there must have been 2 of you. I can't think of any other explanation, Iris. It's crazy. How could that be? There's only one of me. It's impossible. Impossible? I wonder. The way you're trembling certainly seems to suggest otherwise. You're seriously trying to suggest there's more than one of me? Then show me the evidence. Show me something that proves there is more than one of me. Are you saying I look like this person? Well, not with 100% certainty, but... Do I have to go to Edgeworth about this first? Maybe. Fine. I might have to go to Edgeworth first. I might have fudged the order of things. Did you know that Iris had a twin sister? What? A twin? You can't be serious. Sister Bikini told me, but the problem is, she didn't know the name of this twin. There was nothing about Iris having a sister in the files I checked. Well, Iris was taken in by the temple when she was really young. Apparently her sister was raised by her father, a jeweler, I think. A jeweler? Right. I just might know who this twin sister of hers is. I had a feeling you'd say that. Let me guess. Her name is Dahlia Hawthorne, right? Aha! Ahahaha. Yes, exactly. Please tell me what you know about her, Edgeworth. Please. It was my first court case, 6 years ago. I was a greenhorn, and due to my inexperience, the defendant died. You're talking about Terry Falls, right? You know about that case? You're not the only one who noticed something about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne. I checked out one of Mia's old files from 6 years ago. Yes, Dahlia was a key witness in that case. Dahlia and Terry Falls conspired together to stage a fake kidnapping 11 years ago. How did we cross that? Did they put down extra boards? They stole a jewel worth $2 million from Dahlia's father, a jeweler. And 5 years after that, she murdered her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne, to keep her from talking. Her sister, well, her stepsister, actually. They weren't blood related. Valerie was the only daughter of Dahlia's father's second wife. Oh. This is when she entered my life. The woman who tried to kill me. So after Terry Falls died, what happened to Dahlia? Did you check that out? Does it really matter? Like I said, Dahlia isn't connected with this case. Why are you so sure about that? It's simple. Dahlia Hawthorne is dead. Okay, so somebody channeled Dahlia. Okay. What? Well, her metabolic processes are a matter of interest only to historians, so to speak. What do you mean by Dahlia Hawthorne is dead, Edgeworth? Right. I must confess that in reading her file, I came to know of the murder case you were involved in during your college years. Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty. Thanks to the persistence of Mia Fey. Mia Fey. Mia Fey! At the time, Dahlia, it's like she was possessed by a demon or something. It's been almost 5 years since that guilty verdict was handed down, and her sentence was finally carried out. She was executed last month. Executed? I'm sure that's a bit of a shock for you, Wright? And for more reasons than one. But do you understand now? She can't possibly be connected with this case. She's dead. And when someone is dead, there's no way to revive them. Well, there's no way to revive the dead. No, I wonder. It seems you're not aware of one other connection yet, Edgeworth. And what is that? It's about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne's mother. What's their mother got to do with any of this? She's Morgan Fey, a spirit medium from a branch family of the Karain channeling technique. Did you say Karain channeling technique? Do you know something about it? Oh, yes. I know it's connected with that fraudulent spirit medium. Oh my gosh. Oh, because he's still mad. I mean... Edgeworth. Hi, Astro Dude. Dahlia certainly inherited Morgan's blank, angry eyes and was caught by her cousin. Yeah. But, like... So, Missy definitely did channel your father, and your father did not actually know who shot him. Because he didn't see him. He didn't actually know that. I was involved in another nightmare 17 years ago. That wasn't her fault either. I was caught up in the middle of a murder investigation. The police didn't have any leads. They were stumped. That's when they called her in. She was a very famous spirit medium and the master of her channeling school. You know what happened? As a result of her efforts, an innocent man was accused of murder. Well, that's not her fault. That's not her fault. She and her powers, they were all fraudulent. That's not how that works. Edgeworth, go to the police records room. It's all in there. All you have to do is check the DL6 incident case file and you'll know. Of course. How could I forget? Edgeworth was the victim in that case. Edgeworth, you'll understand someday. And then, you'll see that the Karain channeling technique is real. Baby girl! Alright. There we go. So, it's a 5-year gap until they're executed? Is the math? So who was it? If it wasn't her, if it was Dahlia. Oh, gosh. I don't like the implication that Dahlia was puppeting someone innocent in order to murder. I have a firm grasp of the situation now, Iris. You have a sister, don't you? A twin sister, perhaps. That's right. Dahlia Hawthorne. A woman I know only too well. I had no idea you knew of her. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. But she's no longer. Yes, I know. Her sentence was carried out recently, wasn't it? I'm sorry. Thank you. There's no need to explain now, is there, Iris? This second you who was here at the temple on the night of the murder. It was your twin sister, Dahlia Hawthorne. But you just said it yourself a second ago. My sister's dead. Have you forgotten that? Have you forgotten this, Iris? This is a channeling dojo, a training ground of the Kurain channeling technique. That night, someone channeled Dahlia's spirit, and you knew about it. And that's the secret you've been trying to hide from me. I was in my room in the main hall that night. As soon as I heard that I'd been spotted at the inner temple, I knew it was my sister, Dahlia, and the other half of me who passed away last month. And just as I suspected, the Iris that Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple on the night of the murder, it was Dahlia Hawthorne. Why didn't you tell me this before? Because my sister always does the right thing, girl. Excuse me? And because I mustn't get in the way of what she's trying to do. I already betrayed her once before. I can't do it again. You betrayed her? What do you mean? That's why I have to accept I may be found guilty. It's the only way. What is she talking about? You know about it, don't you, Mr. Wright? About the fake kidnapping that took place here on Eagle Mountain 11 years ago? That was the start of it all. That's what started her down that twisted path. She started to commit crime after crime, and in the end, she lost her life. It's all because I betrayed her. How did you betray her, Iris? It was no coincidence that Eagle Mountain is where the exchange was to take place. After all, I helped plan the whole thing. What? But I got scared, so I ran away. What are you talking about? Why would you help her? Stealing $2 million from your own father? That's awful. But I promised. I promised that I'd help. And she didn't do it for the money. Huh? It was revenge. On our father. Revenge? Hi, Fox. Thanks for head pats. What do you mean by revenge? What? He was a hideous man. He threw our mother away and then sent her to hell. Her mother? She must be talking about Morgan. Our mother was the eldest daughter of the main branch of the Fey family. The main family had a lot of influence in many business and political circles at the time. As the eldest daughter, our mother was set to inherit all of that as the next master. That's the reason our father married our mother in the first place. For power. But his plan backfired. Because our mother's sister took it all from her. She took over as the master of Karain. That would be Misty Faye, Maya's mother. But before long, the credibility of the Karain tradition hit rock bottom. The new master, Mystic Misty Faye, made a terrible mistake. It was during the investigation of the DL6 incident. Again, not her fault. After that happened, our father took me and my twin sister away, leaving our mother and our home behind. He hated the place. He said it was a hick dive and that he had no reason to stay there. That's when you came here to Hazakura Temple. Yes. The woman my father took as his next wife already had a daughter, Valerie. I had no place in his new family, you see. Oh. I haven't seen my mother once since then. Having the master's seat stolen from her and being rejected by her own family. I've heard she's been very battered, spiritually and emotionally. And I'm finally beginning to see how the pieces fit together. I have asked her everything I can in my capacity as a prosecutor. This incident, everything related to it goes back to the history of the Fae clan. That's what it looks like. Iris, there's just one more thing I want you to tell me. What is it? During the incident in which your sister, Dahlia Hawthorne, poisoned a lawyer, she began a relationship with a certain college student in order to hide the evidence. That college student... Have you heard anything about him? Well, I did hear one thing. She said she hated his guts. I see. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. Hurry up, Phoenix Wright. There's still much to investigate. Leave these locks to me. I'll open them for you, I promise. Thank you. Suppose I better continue my investigation. There's still one giant secret left to unlock. Pearl's Psyche Log. Real quick, I want to check. It would be right for us to discuss things so intimately. You were literally working as the defense attorney, bro. Yesterday, earlier today. What day is it? All right. Look at that. They really did make a fire right in front of the shack. Mr. Nick. Ha! You're too late, Nick. You came here for one of our potatoes. We've already polished them all off. I think I've pretty much got all the evidence I need. I just need to find out what Pearls is hiding. Please don't tell me that Dahlia possessed you and made you kill your mom. Or kill your auntie. That would suck. That would suck. Oh man, alright. After dinner on the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Elise Doneem's room, reading a book together, correct? Yes, I was so happy when she invited me. But I didn't go in the end. You didn't go? No. There was somewhere else I had to go instead. What? You had to go. You had to go somewhere. I was so worried. I had to go. Okay. I didn't know what to do with myself. I was so nervous. Pearls never went to Miss Doneem's room because she was too worried about Maya. Alright. You went to this place because of... You were worried about Maya. That's why I decided to go and find out how she was doing at the Inner Temple. Then we're clear now that you went to the Inner Temple that night, Pearls. What's not clear is what happened after that. About what time was it when you headed over to the Inner Temple? It was probably around 9:30 when I left the main hall. I heard the real training was supposed to start at 10. I wanted to get there before it started. There was so much snow. I didn't get there until after 10 o'clock. Until after 10. How did you know what time it was? Because I heard the bell ringing for lights out. She heard the lights out bell. The Hasakura Temple's bell is pretty small though, isn't it? It's a really good hearing. I was really trying to pick up the sound of that bell, that's all. I didn't want to miss it. That'd be terrible. She was trying to hear the bell. Tell me, Pearls, why were you so worried about hearing that bell? Huh? Oh, I don't know why. Hi, Carl. I'm trying to mind break a child. Don't make it weird. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Leave everything up to her. You were given some instructions to follow that night, weren't you? She has secrets. She knows something about murder. I presume you recognize these pieces of paper. Where did you... In the incinerator at the Inner Temple. This incinerator is doing a terrible job of incinerating evidence. Pearls, you were following the instructions in this letter that night, weren't you? That's why you couldn't afford to miss the sound of the lights out bell. I'm speechless, Mr. Nick. You're amazing. These instructions that were found in the incinerator, I believe they were written for you, Pearls. For me? No. As you can see, a large portion has been burnt, but the last section's still fairly legible. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Who was it, Pearls? Whose spirit were you supposed to be channeling? Taking into account the author of the note and their purpose for writing it, whose spirit would Pearl's been trying to channel? Don't overthink it, Phoenix. It's pretty obvious who Pearls was supposed to channel. The person who you were trying to channel that night, Pearls. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? That was the name that was in the letter? It's just as I suspected. It wasn't Iris whose sister Bikini met at the Inner Temple that night. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you know anything about her, Pearls? Do you know what kind of a woman Dahlia Hawthorne was? No. I've never heard of anyone by that name before reading those instructions. Thought so. Pearls doesn't have a clue. She doesn't know that Dahlia is her sister. About the instructions in the letter I found, Pearls. Who wrote them? Whoever it was asked you to channel the spirit of someone you'd never heard of. You must have quite a lot of respect for them. After all, you followed their instructions without question. So here's my next question. Who wrote the set of instructions for you to follow? Is it? Is this the person? Nope, that was wrong. I feel like who would have brought you out here? Would trust no questions asked. Did Maya ask you to do this? Our vengeance to fruition. Yeah, she's not here for vengeance. Would you listen to Iris? Who's down for vengeance? Right. Who's down for vengeance? Thank you for the 65 stream, Carl. Your mother? Did your mother send you this? I don't think your mother got the death penalty. Like, who would still be on their nonsense? Your mother? Your mother. You do listen to your mother without question. I didn't know you were still in contact with her. Is Pearl still in contact with her mother? Has her mom been in, like, solitary this entire time? And who would know about the lights out bell? Maybe your mother. I do remember Morgan plotting revenge from prison. It was your mom. Pearls. I have to wonder about something. You didn't have any idea what these instructions meant, did you? But you followed them to the letter, regardless. Why? Because it was your own mother who asked you, that's why. How did you... I figured it out. The person who wrote you this letter was your own mother, Morgan Fay. Oh gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, Phoenix. Should have immediately gotten this baby girl into counseling after that court case. Oh my gosh. Did you understand that your own mother wanted to make you the head of... Oh gosh. And what she was willing to do, and that it put Maya's life in danger to do that? Alright, Pearls, it's time you started telling me the truth. Mr. Nick, why is she holding back from me? I don't like this. Don't underestimate me. Just because I'm a child. Huh? If you're trying to say I followed these instructions, I'd like to see some proof. What? Because I don't think you have any. She'd say anything rather than admit to carrying out those instructions. I'll have to produce some more evidence then. One more thing should do it. Alright, Pearls. You both know someone carried out these instructions on the night of the murder. You're right. There's no evidence that proves it was you.
I knew it.
However, I do know that whoever did it was a child.
Huh? How do you know that?
It couldn't have been an adult. No adult would have made a simple mistake like that.
Simple mistake? What do you mean by that?
I'm sure you thought you were carefully following the instructions you'd been given. But you misunderstood some of the words, and this is the evidence. Now, let me read this again. Gravely roast the master in the fire of Hades. Is that it? You put gravy It was you who splattered gravy on this hanging scroll, wasn't it?
What? Why would I do something like...
Do you remember what was written in that letter? Gravely roast the master in the fire of Hades, and bring our vengeance to fruition. But you didn't know how to read the words gravely and roast, among others, right?
How do you know that?
Remember the conversation you had with Miss Doneem on the night of the murder? Perhaps we can read some books together.
Really? I'd love to. I'm not very good at reading.
Well then, would you like to practice reading with me?
Miss Elise? So, for example, how do you read this?
It says gravely. That's kind of a tough word. Sure, Miss Doneem taught you how to read gravely and roast. But what she didn't teach you is what they meant. Gravely sounded like gravy to me. The only roast I could think of was the food. And that's why you did it. So you covered the picture of the master in gravy from that night's pot roast.
To be honest, I did think it was a bit strange.
Because I really did get the wrong idea. Just a tiny bit.
I really am useless. I couldn't even burn the letter properly as my mother had asked of me. Such a simple thing, and I couldn't even do it right.
This is bad. This is extremely bad.
After dinner that night, I did go to the inner temple with a pot full of the leftover gravy.
The gravy.
I saw the picture on the hanging scroll near the sacred cavern. I was sure it was the master of Karain, like it said in the letter.
I see. And then?
Well, it was already way past 10 when I got there because of all the snow. So I went to the inner temple guest area.
The guest area?
Yes, I thought I could wait there until the training was over.
Why didn't you just go to the training hall?
Because Mystic Maya's main training had already started, and I couldn't interrupt it. So I just stayed where I was and prayed for her to get through it. But then,
Pearls, did you fall asleep?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I just couldn't help it.
Hey, don't worry about it, Pearl. Who cares if you fell asleep? I fell asleep waiting for Iris too. It happens. It was so cold. Anyway, when you found yourself trapped at the inner temple, then,
Yes, when I woke up it was morning. I tried not to cry, but Dusky Bridge wasn't there anymore. There was no one in the training hall. I thought everyone had left me because I overslept. I threw the letter into the incinerator, then I heated up the leftover gravy and...
let off some steam by chucking the gravy on the scroll while you cried. Must have been pretty scary for you, Pearl. I know what it's like. Nick used to leave me behind when I fell asleep at school, too. Don't equate something so trivial with her experience, Larry. That's bad.
It was written right in my mother's letter. It said, as soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. I was on my way over to the inner temple when I heard the bell ring.
So you channeled Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit?
No. I tried, but I couldn't do it.
You couldn't do it?
I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. I tried, and I tried, and I tried. Yesterday, this morning, the whole time. But I just couldn't do it.
Don't let it get you down, Pearl. It'll all work out. If you want, I'll come flying to the sky for you. Whoosh! Just like that. So she never managed to channel the spirit. Okay. Is that why you think your spiritual powers are gone?
Yes, I don't know what to do.
Isn't there any other explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit?
I suppose there's one other possibility. It's not very likely, though.
Could you please tell me what it is anyway?
It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit.
Someone else? What do you mean?
Well, there's only one of each spirit, right?
Yep. It's like dating a girl, Nick. You can't see a hot chick if she's already taken. Then that would mean the night of the murder, someone else channeled her spirit before Pearls could. Someone else channeled the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne.
I'm a failure. I couldn't even grant my mother's final wish.
Her final wish?
Yes, this letter. This is my last wish, she said. So make sure you follow the instructions carefully.
This letter. We definitely need to find out more about it.
My mother has gone to a place called a penitentiary.
Yeah, I know, Pearls.
I visit her every month. And last month, she told me...
The time we've been waiting for has come, Pearl. There's something I need you to do for me. I hid a letter for you at our home before they brought me here. I want you to read it and do exactly what it says. It's for the good of the Fae clan, my angel. You'll be doing a great thing. Now, listen carefully and I'll tell you where the letter's hidden.
My mother's always nice to me. I love her very much.
Oh gosh. Yeah, moms will do anything for their kids, right? Said it was for the good of
The Fae clan, so I knew I had to help her.
Did you know that your mom tried to hurt Maya? Did you know that? Did you know that's why she's in prison? Do you know why she's there? And, Astro Dude. According to the Ace Attorney Wiki, the original Japanese version uses a pun involving curry, kare, for the misread line from the letter. Splendid. Cute. I mean, the puns really have to go very hard. And they have to match the spirit of it and the localization. I think they did a really good job.
I mean, Mystic Maya's part of the Fae clan, so it had to be good for her too, baby girl.
Baby girl. I think you're old enough to, like, understand reason. Oh, gosh.
That's right, isn't it, Mr. Nick?
I guess so. Yeah. Like, it would have been a hard conversation, and she would have been really sad, but, like... Your mother's not a good person.
There was a picture with her letter, too.
A picture?
Of Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Usually a picture is enough to channel someone's spirit, but this time...
Pretty weird, huh? Like Larry knows anything about this stuff.
I something else that was strange about my mother's letter. The seal on it was broken, as if someone had already opened it once before.
That sure is pretty strange. Someone had opened it already. Thanks, Pearls. You really helped me out.
You're very welcome. My mother is watching over us. I'm sure Mystic Maya will be all right.
Look at that innocent smile on her face. What am I supposed to say to her?
Huh.
Finally figured it out, have you, Trilogy? You finally realized how terrible of a crime being painfully oblivious is. Godot. The entrance to the sacred cavern looks like a freaking puzzle workshop. I guess he's talking about Iris and the lock-breaking effort. But it's all a waste of time. Why do you say that? Because Maya Fey isn't coming back.
What?
You don't know what you're talking about. How can you say something like that? It was your job to protect her, Trite. Just like it was your job to protect Mia Fey. Two sisters, caught up in the worst circumstances. I realized that, but you were the only one who was by their sides. You were the only one who could have saved them. But I didn't know anything about what was going on. Huh. What did I just say, Trite? Being oblivious is a heinous crime in itself. Tomorrow, we'll settle everything in court tomorrow. Once and for all.
Mr. Nick, is what that man just said true?
It'll be alright, Pearls. I'm sure Maya's alive. You'll see for yourself tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right. I know I can trust you, Mr. Nick.
My dear Pearl, you've done so well, my child. My Pearl. It's better that you don't know what you've done. I knew this day would come for you. The blood of the main family is no more. Now finally, after all this time, the master's seat is yours. My last great wish. It seems I was just in time. Girl. February 10, 9:39 a.m.
Good morning. Oh, are you by yourself?
Morning, Pearls.
Mr. Nick, please tell me, what's going to happen to Mystic Maya?
I'm sorry. We don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple.
Oh, I see. So Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall?
No. She's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court.
Oh, and how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby?
I have to admit, it's kind of strange. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Edgeworth. What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution.
Wait, what?
The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession. Or so I heard. Francisca von Karma. What are you up to? I know what you're thinking, but Francisca isn't going to be the prosecutor today.
What? Then who is?
Who else would it be but Godot? Godot? Francisca is engaged in Some important work at the Sacred Cavern. The Sacred Cavern? You don't mean that she's... Exactly. She has been out there all night, trying to remove those trick locks. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly and we receive some good news soon. Yeah. Thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. Touché. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you've passed your cold on to someone else, literally. And at that, I leave the rest in your capable hands. Partner. Partner. And they were partners. Okay, hi Day. Hi Day. Bro. And they were partners? Bro. You're recommending me a fanfic? Oh wow, this looks like I'm gonna be sad. I have the tab open just so I can like look at it later. I just opened a tab among my other AO3 tabs that sit open. You understand? Thanks. I still don't have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. The circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise Donim. Oh, I mean, Miss Misty Fey. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what that woman is really after. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. February 10 a.m. I hope Pearls didn't do it, because then that implicates Maya. Like it's the same thing that Maya would have been blamed for, even if she wasn't in control of her body. If they were trying to stage that she was possessed, but Maya still would have been held responsible. And the same thing cannot hold true for Pearls, because that would be bad. Because then Pearls would be held responsible for her auntie's death. Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple. Your Honor, what are you... Who? Me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. So you did pass it to him. That's amazing. But I love being sad over a fictional gaze. I do. I'm trying to think of, like, what could have happened and who's responsible. And I don't know if she's dead, but... she might have channeled Dahlia. I don't know. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers? That explains a lot. My poor brother looked a bit pale. Not to mention sad that he couldn't be here. It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said, Mr. Godot. I understood exactly what you said, at least up until the end anyway. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There is only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. So then you mean... forget it. What do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she's had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make. Confession? The defendant? Iris, why didn't she discuss this with me first? Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask her for her name and profession. It's one of my rules. My name is Iris. I am but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple. Witness, is there something that you want to confess to? Yes. But first, I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore. It's all right. What is it? Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident. Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Donim? No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise. And carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard where I desecrated it. What? Order in the court. Order. Witness, are you saying you were an accomplice to the murder? Yes, that's correct. What? 3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in a cold sweat. I think if anyone would have known about the sword and the staff, it would have been Morgan. I think Morgan's dead. Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. Just happens to be that in this case, it's to murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? That Godot. So this is the confession they were conferring about. Pains me to say this. It looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. Crumpled up and shoved into a pocket. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions? Iris was covering for someone. I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle. Or a life jacket. I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Korean tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family. I'm sorry, the main family? Yes. And that's why I would dirty myself, if need be, to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Korean channeling technique. Mystic Maya Fey. Mm-hmm. Huh? Wake up and smell the coffee, Trite. She's naming Maya? Yeah. She will. Order in the court. So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer. I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. And then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her.
Objection!
That's ridiculous. I could never do... The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime? Yes, Your Honor. I thought I was prepared for the unexpected. I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. I went to the inner temple that night, and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it. So it was in self-defense? Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya. You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instincts of a true criminal. But you didn't clean Maya's name off of the lantern? Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night. And that the person who did go was that woman. Iris even admitted it. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. How is Maya being blamed for this shit again? Right, because she's not here. That's why she's being blamed for this shit again, because she's not here. Big stretch. Yeah, but I think Morgan's dead. I think that's another one of those twists. Because it was implied that her last wish, Morgan's last wish, was to see, or was to arrange it so Pearl could become the new master. And the phrasing of last wish implies that she's dead. Because the only other person that would have known that this was a sword, that her staff had a hidden sword inside, would probably be Morgan. Right? I don't think she would have been broadcasting that to people. It's hidden for a reason. But who would know that? Her sister. Probably. Maya needs to use her new powers to smite the justice system, right? Truly. Sister Iris, your testimony has changed quite a bit since yesterday. You stated yesterday that on the night of the murder you didn't go to the inner temple.
Objection!
Did she now? Too bad for you. What she said yesterday doesn't mean much today. By the way, where were you when she claimed that she didn't go? It was in the Inner Temple's training hall. A private conversation between the two of you does not constitute testimony. That would be properly described as hearsay. What do you have to say, witness?
I just couldn't tell him the truth at that time. Mystic Maya. She's your girlfriend, isn't she?
Ooh, she's not, but you believe Pearls.
I didn't want to be the one to break it to you that I saw her commit murder.
There. You'll understand how difficult this is for you. Now then, let's continue with the testimony. What did you witness in the garden?
Well, Your Honor.
You're saying that the victim attacked Maya, Miss Faye?
Yes, it was a truly frightening scene. Miss Maya was struck hard on the head and looked like she was going to collapse.
What were you doing at the time?
Why didn't you stop them fighting? I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I was in such shock.
That's perfectly understandable, my dear. This doesn't sound right. I don't believe this testimony for a minute. What happened after that? She moved in to deliver a fatal strike.
Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon.
Wait a minute. What was this weapon?
It was some kind of dagger.
A dagger, huh? And Elise O'Neem tried to stab her with this weapon? To kill Miss Faye?
Yes, exactly.
Huh. Where is it? Where is it? You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. Wash your sister sauce? Watch... Anyway. Worcestershire? I feel like I've heard it mispronounced so much I forgot how to properly pronounce it. It's fine. You have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy? Do I have a problem with Iris's testimony? Yeah. Of course I do. Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony. You do? But this witness is your own client. Yes, well, nevertheless. That's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony.
Yes, sir.
Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that. Listen, Gramps. I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. Okay, now. Let's continue. She threw her staff away.
Mystic Elise was trying to kill Mystic Maya. I think that's why she wanted a more lethal weapon.
It's true. It's not easy to inflict a deadly blow with a staff. Sister Iris, let me make sure I've got this straight. The victim herself chose to throw away her staff.
Yes, that's what I saw.
Is there anything odd about that, Mr. Wright? Yeah, it's odd.
Mystic Elise attacked Mystic Maya with the dagger, I'm sure of this.
And then?
Mystic Maya, she turned things around, and then She used the weapon she had taken and lunged forward for a strike. Witness, are you absolutely certain? Yes, but believe me, she had no choice. If Mystic Maya hadn't done something, Maya Fey's name would have been written on this autopsy report instead. Yes, I see. This is bad. Still can't put the pieces together. Unless I find a contradiction in her testimony. Maya's gonna get blamed for this.
Objection!
Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events. Huh? Miss Donim throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me. But all you can do with a staff is hit someone. Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. If Elise Donim really had wanted to kill Maya Fey, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say? That was an impressive bit of investigating, Wright. I never would have thought there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how should I put this? A long sword is unwieldy and thus quite ineffective in close quarters combat. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade. Well... Anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. Of course it's strange. That's her baby. There is something strange about this whole testimony. Yo, mommy was equipped? She was equipped. But, it's making me think that... I have a theory. I don't know if it's true, and I don't know how valid it is. But I feel like... yes, Iris moved the body, but I think she might have hurt herself to protect Maya and Pearl. That would be the best case scenario, I think. Like, if Maya or Pearl were possessed by Morgan or Dahlia, to save them from being blamed for her murder, she might have hurt herself. She might have done that to herself. Prosecution has a point. Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument. Mr. Wright, I have here another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. Because Miss Elise Donim would never attempt to take the life of Maya Fey. Do I go with the evidence first? To make the connection? Okay, fine. Because sometimes it's like... Fine.
Elise Donim would never have attacked Maya Fey. How can you be so sure? Because the victim's real name was not Elise Donim. Her real name was Misty Fey. Fey? No. Not Mystic Misty Fey.
Who was this? Who was that? Is she related?
Misty Fey is the master of the Korean channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Fey.
Are you serious?
Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Miss Elise Donim actually the great mystic Misty? There's no doubt about it. It looks like Iris had no idea. I can hardly believe it. The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing. Ugh. Order in the court? Upon first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, one, that the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight, and two, that the two people battling to the death were mother and daughter. Despite the facts being believable when taken on their own, when taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe. Listen, there's nothing in this world that is impossible, except for one little thing. Yes, what is this one little impossible thing? Huh, you still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under-roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps. Could you get to your point? I heard this witness's confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup of morning coffee. You're going to ruin your health, my friend. Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty. Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing? Obviously, Your Honor. But do you not notice something else? Now that you mention it. There was blood on it. Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? Huh? The pine tree? This dagger was stuck in the backside of the pine tree. And the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women. This little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree. Which means that blood on this dagger belongs to the victim, correct? Huh. Are you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of morning coffee. Didn't you say it was your 8th a few minutes ago? I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice. In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I order that a blood test be performed on it immediately. This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right. Bailiff, evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. Now then, testimony we've just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible. Cute girls never lie. Ever. In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to this court. About what, Your Honor? About the incident you saw. The battle between the two women. Yes, Your Honor. The battle. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff. But then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive, with her back to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. That was a very heartbreaking story. I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore. That seems reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. Iris, where were you standing when you witnessed all this? What do you mean? Well, if either of them had noticed you, they might not have continued their battle. I wonder if that's true. The two of them, they were standing near the garden stone lantern. I was watching the whole thing from behind. It was dark, where the two of them were, so I think that's why they didn't see me. So it was dark in the garden when the murder took place. Tell me, what did Miss Maya Fey do after she was struck? She dodged and stole her weapon. What happened to the victim's staff then? I'm not sure. The area was very dark, so I really couldn't see. I think it got knocked away somewhere as the fight escalated. That makes sense. That would explain the need for the dagger. Mystic Elise raised the dagger to strike, but Mystic Maya dodged it at the last second. The dagger struck the lantern and fell to the ground. And at some point, Mystic Maya picked it up. Nothing sounds especially strange yet. What did the victim do when the weapon was stolen from her? You're saying that Maya Fey turned the tables on the victim? Yes. But Mystic Maya wasn't herself at the time. After all, her life was in danger. Still can't believe it. The idea of Maya cornering someone at knife point? Just silly. As they say, a cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal. I believe the correct description of a cornered fox is scared and petrified. Your animal analogies have grown tiresome. You were the one who started it. Anyway, so after Maya Fey backed the victim into the stone lantern, what happened next? So when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Are you absolutely certain that's what you saw? Yes. I'm almost certain. Almost. The garden was dark. I couldn't really tell who was who. What did she just say? So in other words, it could have been someone else entirely.
Objection!
We know that Maya Fey was at the Inner Temple that night, and that the woman that was killed was Elise Donim. Isn't it fairly obvious who attacked who? I don't have anything to counter that yet. Well then, witness. Continue. Yes, Your Honor. The two of them faced each other for a moment. Then Mystic Maya rushed straight into Mystic Elise. And Mystic Elise doubled over and fell to the ground. So she was stabbed in the stomach, huh? Yes. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. Seems like a reasonable story at first. There's one thing that is completely impossible. The very idea of Maya stabbing someone, that alone is impossible, which means this faulty testimony must contain another contradiction in it somewhere. Wasn't Misty stabbed in the back? Right? It's always the backstabbing with Dahlia. But also, the wound was so messed up by the time they got to her. We could try that.
Objection!
Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Huh? Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony? According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct? Yes, that's right. But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right? I mean, is there an exit wound? Like, that big Shichishito sword is freaking huge. Yes, I think so. But according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. I mean, could she have been both stabbed? I don't know. Anyway, Phoenix Wright rolls. It appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? It's simple. People are like books. We've all got a front and a back, you get my drift? Is that all you have to say? I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind.
Objection!
Could you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useful staff, the people fighting being mother and daughter, and now she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach. There certainly are some inconsistencies. Well, Iris, how about it? Well, it's just... If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee. But to pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all senses. Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said? Prosecutor Godot, explain yourself. The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. But those lanterns were lit. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light. Light. By the way, did you know? Hazakura has a rule that on nights when an acolyte is at the inner temple training, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit. I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for. Well, if that's true, should the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly? Normally, yes, Your Honor, but according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern. Impossible. Hadn't been used in a long time, and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all. Most enlightening. Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. If the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. They can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, Wright?
No.
Order, order, order. Here, Your Honor, let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it will rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot? This lantern. There's something written on it. Why, it's written in blood. Oh boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet. Written in blood? It says Maya upside down. What the?
Oh, yes. That's right.
After being cornered and then stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her. With the blood that was draining out of her body. Certainly looks that way. Hang on. Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about? What do you mean, what are we talking about? We're talking about the message written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern. It's as clean as a whistle. He can't see very well. Could it be... he can't see the bloody writing at all? Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday. My eyesight's pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. So that's what he meant by that. In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We know that the crime scene was dark, and the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godot, anything further? Mr. Godot? Okay then, let's move on. Godot is literally shaking. Somehow I don't think it's from the caffeine overdose. I believe it has now been established that Miss Donim was killed by Maya Fey. That's just wrong. Now it's time to turn our attention to you. Yes, sir. After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Karain tradition. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and... I used the Shishito to alter the way the wound looked. So you moved the body. Yes. I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fey clan. But even so, I never imagined that Elise Donim was actually Misty Fey. I've committed a terrible sin. A terrible trick of fate. I believe you're looking for twist of fate, Your Honor. I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body, but you were spotted by the head nun, correct? Yes. And that's why I couldn't go back. Your story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. So you waited until everything was over before making a move?
No, it's not like that.
Objection!
She saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. It's not surprising that she was a little timid. Yes, I suppose that's true. Sometimes when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth with each other, I feel so helpless that I just sit quietly and wait for them to reach a conclusion. Isn't it your job as the judge to mediate the argument?
It wasn't until Mystic Maya saw me that it finally dawned on her what she had done.
Hold it!
So then, you knew. You knew the significance of the name Maya Fey.
Yes, of course I did.
That's odd. I mean, Sister Bikini didn't recognize Maya's name, let alone her position.
Anyway, she was a very special person indeed.
Hold it!
Why did you do that? Because I didn't want Mystic Maya to be suspected in any way. I thought the best thing would be to remove the body from the crime scene.
You moved her body all by yourself?
Yes, I did.
Would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow. The snow, huh?
Hold it!
It's pretty amazing you could make it all the way across. That's a rickety old bridge.
It looks worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy despite its age.
It's like they say, idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple cold. There's one other thing that bothers me. Why not just throw the body into the Eagle River? It would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to Hazakura Temple.
I thought that it would still cast too much suspicion on Mystic Maya. That's why I tried to take the body as far away as possible.
Makes perfect sense to me. Now, it's a terrible plan. For the time being. Anyway, what did you do after you crossed the bridge?
Hold it!
The snowmobile. I knew that'd show up sooner or later.
Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge.
This is the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details? If you really did move her body by snowmobile, there would be tracks left in the snow, right? Well, yes, naturally you would expect tracks. This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride?
Yes, I think they are.
But I can only see one set of tracks here. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple. I see.
And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped.
And that's why there are such fresh-looking tracks. How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think? Let me hear more about the snowmobile ride.
Well, it was very cold that night, so I rode it all the way to the foot of the bridge.
Objection!
I'm sorry, witness. But now, I've got a problem with your testimony.
Excuse me?
Godot, what are you up to now? That night, after the head nun left the remainder of the training to you, she said she walked from the inner temple back to Hazakura Temple. Yes, I'm fairly certain that's what the record indicates. Let's recall her comments on the subject. Maybe, but when I made it back to Hazakura Temple, it was there, by the main gate. The snowmobile, I mean. The snowmobile was in front of the main gate. This is one of those contradictions, wouldn't you say? order, Mr. Godot. Why are you pointing out contradictions in the witness's testimony? Let's just say I like things to be neat and tidy, okay? Well, maybe Sister Bikini missed it. Yes, maybe she didn't see it. You think she missed it? That doesn't sound right. Huh. Whatever. Even I don't think this is decisive enough to warrant any more time or effort. It's just, you'd better be careful in your testimony. That's all I wanted to say. A smart little cookie like you shouldn't have any trouble understanding that. Yes, sir. What was that all about? Why would Godot want to give me a hint? Oh well.
Hold it!
That's right. You probably thought the worst. Probably. More like definitely. I see. So Sister Bikini mistakenly thought you were the one that murdered Miss Donim. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. It's my fault that this case has gotten so confusing. I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. But why would you want to do that? Only one reason I can think of.
Hold it!
Let's get the snow business cleared up, shall we? Yes, sir. So that was added. I suppose that does track that you don't actually see a lot of Misty's blood. There have been a lot of contradictions in your testimony so far. This time, are you sure it's all true? Yes, I am. When the murder happened, the snow had already stopped. According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks were so clear. That's right. I'm certain of it. I think I've trapped her this time. I see how you think. Snow, huh? What's going on? If the snow really had stopped by the time of the murder, it'd mean there's a bigger hole in her story than that. Movie. Than that movie, The Grid Revelations? Well then, Mr. Trent, perhaps you'd like to share your theory with us. Let's see what's up your sleeve, or rather, at the end of your index finger. I don't want to believe it, but Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. There was no bridge by that time, right? Lightning struck the bridge at 10:45. And the snow stopped at 10:50.
Objection!
No? The Matrix Revolutions 2003. I haven't seen that movie in a long time. Does it have holes? Does the movie have holes in it? I don't know. I feel like I would have to rewatch it to remember.
Objection! Hold it!
I mean, you would also have had to move the staff. And the sphere. You would have had to locate it in the dark. Also, by the time the snow had stopped, you had 5 minutes. And everything was on fire. Everything was on fire. Would you have voluntarily gone onto a burning bridge? I remember this had snow on it.
Objection! Objection!
Someone also had to have cleaned up the snow. Hmm.
Objection!
I like want it to be that.
Objection!
Hmm.
Hold it! Hold it!
I'm trying to bring up the snow, but it's not. It's not an option I have. What's her story now? That Maya killed Misty and then took the body across the bridge by herself and brought it to the courtyard, brought it to the main courtyard from by using the snowmobile. But I want to bring up that if it had stopped snowing by then to leave the tracks in the snow to move the body like that, it's too late already. Lightning struck the bridge at 10:45 and snow stopped at 10:50. So, shit was already on fire by the time it stopped snowing. The bridge was on fire. I'm just like, is that the contradiction I'm trying to bring up? So, someone cleaned up the crime scene very, very meticulously, so there wasn't any bloody snow, but like...
Objection!
Like, why would she have brought a body? She also would have had to move the staff. She would have to have brought it to stage everything in the courtyard. I don't know if I'm thinking about the wrong thing though. The thump sound was probably her body hitting the ground. That Bikini heard a thump sound.
Objection!
Right, I think I'm piecing together the order of events, but I'm also like... I mean, you mean the time you staged the body? That's when the snow stopped.
Objection!
Right, and it takes like 20 minutes to get from point A to point B.
Hold it!
Right, I pressed on this, and even Godot is like, something ain't right. But, so this is the specific line that was added, so... Huh.
Objection!
This one trips up a lot of players. I'm like, am I jumping the gun on the line of thinking again? I'm like, the hint was the snow. Clearly. Already given by Godot and everything. But I can't bring up the weather. This is not related, this is not related.
Objection!
At this point, I'm gonna end up trying each piece of evidence.
Objection!
Okay, she is in solitary confinement. Is she dead? Also, Pearls was there. Pearls was also in the garden, according to Pearls.
Hold it!
So that had to have been, like, if she wants her story to check out, it wouldn't have to have been after 10. There are so many different things that I want to point out, but I'm like, what does the game want? The snow had stopped, the bridge was already burning. I can't bring that up. Pearls was in the garden the whole time. I can't bring that up. That there were lanterns, there were like torches around the lantern that were lit. Can't bring that up.
Objection!
The head nun did not know who she was. Did not know who Maya was.
Objection!
Can't bring that up. Why did you know who Maya was? What are the things I just said I can bring up? Like, I want to bring up that the snow stopped at 10:50, but the bridge was burning at 10:45. I tried presenting the weather data,
Objection!
and it doesn't work. I feel like that should work, but, even Larry's sketch I tried to bring up. Nope. Like, I keep focusing on that, and it's, like, not correct. Can I try the weather thing here?
Objection!
Nope.
Hold it!
Objection!
Objection!
Okay. Fucking fine. Alright. You claim that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. But I'm sorry, Iris. It's not possible. What? This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m. But you couldn't have crossed the Dusky Bridge at that time. Why do you say that? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was on fire. What did you say? The bridge. It was on fire? Are we gonna see Dahlia again? Is Dahlia gonna possess her? You mean to say you didn't know about it? It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down. What? But it can't be. Looks like you still haven't figured it out, no matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth. You can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney.
No! The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place.
That's right.
The inner temple was totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge, body and no body. No body.
Alright. Yeah, I think it's just me jumping the gun on the conclusions. Like, I know what it is, but Phoenix Wright logic is what's got me fucked up. Ah!
Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying, I will find you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself?
Objection!
The only person here that is truly contemptible is you.
Old man.
Me? How dare you? Witness, whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now.
Squat.
The important thing now is to find out the truth. Isn't that right?
Yes, of course, but
Whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not. There are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Donim was discovered in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. Second, the head nun, Sister Bikini, witnessed Iris desecrating Elise Donim's body. He makes a good point. On both accounts. That's right, I'm not lying. What are you claiming this time? I wasn't myself at all that night. So my memory is still somewhat hazy.
Objection!
You stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy?
Objection!
It's only human to err. If you're so perfect, Trite, maybe you could explain this for the court. What is it? When the murder happened, the bridge had already burnt down. But somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick?
well, not exactly, no.
I know there must be some other way she got across that burnt out bridge, but unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. Looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation. See what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth. Ah. Alright then, witness, let's hear your testimony once more. About what, Your Honor? You've admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Will this be your final testimony? Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling, or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying that there's no way to cross a burning bridge? So it was just a misunderstanding, I see. This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident. It certainly was burned to a crisp, and one of the suspension wires even snapped. Amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Clearly, it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition. Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed the truth, and Maya will be accused of murder. Right. I'm gonna say it one more time. It is only human to err, and only humans can spot the errors of our ways. The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes. Alright, Mr. Wright. Final cross-examination.
Yes, but if the snow had already stopped when the incident took place, I couldn't have crossed the bridge. Naturally. But I think it's just like Mr. Godot said. The body did make it across somehow. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. You seemed to be quite sure of yourself when you gave your testimony. You said you were sure the snow had already stopped. Terribly sorry. I was wrong. Does she really think an apology is going to get her off the hook? This is no joke. You're giving sworn testimony in a court of law. Well, Mr. Wright, let me ask you a question. Do you remember what the weather was like 1 week ago today? Huh? Well, like, naturally it was, You see, it's not that easy to remember, is it? But if it had been some kind of special day, I would have remembered. For example, it was pouring rain on the day of my elementary school graduation.
Objection!
No one wants to hear about your childhood traumas, Wright. What? By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. If you insist on obsessing over that one statement, let's see the proof. Show some evidence that the body somehow crossed the bridge while it was on fire. Well, I don't see why there couldn't be a way across. Mr. Wright, don't you think that sounds a bit silly? A dead body crossing a burning bridge. Did anyone actually witness such a thing? Larry. Huh. There was. I don't think you'd call someone like that a witness. After all, a dream isn't the same as actually seeing something. After all this way, how do you transport a body across a burning bridge? Okay, Larry.
Objection!
A dead body flying over a burning bridge wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility. What? What? Huh, you're saying it's possible. Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen.
Preposterous. Preposterous.
Who is it? Who's the witness? Can't chicken out here. Gotta keep the attack and go, go, go. Miss Elise Donim's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice. Laurice Donim. Oh man, we're actually calling him that. Brilliant. Highly gifted apprentice. Remember what he said in his testimony. That night he was at the Mountain Shack Heavenly Hall. And that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen this sketch before. What kind of name is Laurice? It's a pretty powerful name. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? Are you using this pathetic scribble to support your argument? Uh-oh. The judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Huh. Well, Wright, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old. Does this sketch prove anything? This is a fantastic sketch. What are you talking about, Godot? Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm gonna prove it. Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with this sketch? Upside down. Why did Godot say that? Alright then, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is this sketch trying to show? I don't think old Whisker Face is gonna forgive any more mistakes. Alright, Phoenix, look carefully. Think it over. This sketch drawn by Laurice Donim is... I mean, yeah, it is probably upside down. I figured that. The victim was flying through the air, of course. You can see it right there in the sketch. Whoosh! You know, you're starting to remind me of yesterday's witness. What? That's the last thing I wanted to hear. Do you have any evidence the victim flew through the air? Just so you know, we haven't discovered a giant human catapult at the inner temple yet. I wish they had. Even if you're a lousy lawyer, at least you're 1 cup's worth of entertainment. I think we should skip the penalty this time. There must be some way, I just know it. To use Larry's sketch to show the truth of what happened. Alright then. Phoenix, right logic. Alright, let me try it again. Something's funny about this sketch. No art critic, but even I can see that. No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. Laurice Donim stated it over and over, that this sketch was exactly as he saw it. And look, he's upside down. He was lying down, looking up. However, if we're to believe his testimony, the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. I mean, it's just, it was his perception. It contradicts reality. Huh. This is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to the finger-pointing thing again. Okay, try. So what exactly contradicts reality as we know it?
Take that!
It's this wire connected to the bridge. The wire? Is that thing that contradicts reality? It is indeed. Then show us the reality it supposedly conflicts with. A photo of the bridge. Yeah, correct? Yes. Now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. The sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But on the actual dusky bridge, jumping Jehoshaphat! Yes. Oh my gosh. Cause like, here, right, this is where the wire is not. And this is where he is. So he sees these two. The wires are below the guard wires. What? Shock. Drama. The sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong? Or perhaps you just drew it wrong. Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. With someone like Laurice, I admit a mistake is a definite possibility. But then that begs the question, why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? Are you saying you know the answer to that? Listen, think back, alright. Remember what Laurice was doing when he witnessed this event. He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited and waited, and finally he laid down. Yeah, he already knew it was upside down. But then lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Laurice might have been in at the time. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did. He was lying on his back. I can see how it relates.
Yeah, Godot's here for the drama. It does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down. No way. For the drama, Maurice Donim witnessed the event while he was lying on his back face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. I like how we keep calling him Maurice Donim. Like he's Elise's daughter. Like, no, no, yeah, sure. Laurice is Elise's daughter. She has so many daughters. I feel like it tracks. So then, the sketch should actually... I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Laurice Donim's sketch is like this. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge, it was actually swinging below. Oh my god. Oh man. Oh, Jock. Oh my gosh. This body has been desecrated so many times over, bro. Oh my gosh. That's right. Swung her ass through the sky. And then, like, this body has not just been stabbed by this fancy sword, has been swung across this cavern. Oh my gosh. Just like a pendulum. Ridiculous. Order, order, order. Of all the things to say, a pendulum. The bridge was burning to a crisp. There was no way to get across it. Poor Misty, it wasn't enough to be killed. Like, damn, they really fucked up her body. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. No kidding. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side. And a pendulum was the only way to get it done. Oh my gosh.
Objection!
Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff. Yep, sounds about right. In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you'd need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you'd have to plan ahead.
Objection!
The lightning strike that night can only have been an accident, so it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. What? I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there. In that case, Mr. Wright, give us an explanation to support your theory. You don't think she would have cared about her body getting super mega desecrated as long as Maya was safe? Yeah, fair. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create a pendulum? Because it was right here. And the meaning of this is, if you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard. This is one of the wires from the bridge. When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Elise Donim's body. While still impaled by her own sword staff. Because there was simply no other way to move the body.
Glug, 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 glug. The animation of that is crazy. Oh man. Oh gosh. I can see all the notes that like Danganronpa took and everything. I did play Danganronpa. I did enjoy it a lot. Mr. Godot. It seems that Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. It seems that the odds of a rope being readily available were very high. So I suppose that it's not an impossibility after all.
Objection!
Possible or impossible? That's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Right? I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. I feel like there should have been rope marks on her body. But there aren't. They're just bruises. Do you have any actual evidence that the body was swung over like a pendulum? I mean... This came from the victim's staff, which means it was knocked loose. Is that the closest thing I got? I think so. Oh, we'll see. Before I present my evidence, let me review. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see it's the one that was in front of the inner temple. So then, that was the spot where the criminal... Yes, precisely. Now let us consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. If the body was pushed from this point here, it would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point. Did you say drop? Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. What? What makes you think something like that happened? Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped some distance. What kind of evidence? Take a look at this autopsy report. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death. 10 feet, huh? That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. That's... Yes, this blood-stained amethyst crystal. It's the one that came off Miss Elise Donim's staff. And even more important is the place where the crystal sphere was found. Indeed, I believe it's already marked on this overhead map. The crystal was found... Ah! Precisely, Your Honor. In the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed. Oh my gosh. You ever... what was the stand-up comedian where he's like, oh, at my funeral I want my body suspended on wires. And like strobe lights and house music. Anyway, this is what has come to mind. This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You have provided us with a way the body could have been moved that night. An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. It was like... Mr. Wright, I thought this cold coffee might help you cool down. It was like... It was like fun ways to do your own funeral, I guess. Like, I think he was like brainstorming ideas, like a Pop Goes the Weasel idea, or like... instead of just everyone is sad. Yeah, this is Armando's music. It's like slutty. Like, right? I feel like Armando's music is a little slutty.
Isn't it though? We're in court. Phoenix is married. Excuse you, sir. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Godot? And who is supplying you with your coffee?
That was a dark and bitter guess that you made, Trite. But you forgot about one thing.
Armando would be a homewrecker. I mean, the crash out after Mia's death, I suppose. Oh, what would that be?
The aroma.
Huh?
A coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma.
The rest of the court doesn't speak coffee-nese. Can you elaborate a bit more?
If the criminal had sent the body to the other side, like you say, then naturally there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it. An accomplice? The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge. So who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Trite?
Mr. Godot is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you gotta do.
Yes, Your Honor. The body couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice.
Bikini.
But no, I think it's true that Iris did not go to the Inner Temple, and Iris did stage the body.
But the only people on the Inner Temple area were Maya and Pearl. Which is unfortunate. One of them could have been possessed by Dahlia, but that's still not great. Still not great. Yeah, thing is, Pearl says that she went to the inner garden and she fell asleep. Which is dangerous because it's so cold, and there's no shelter in the garden. Unless she had the fires going, right? So that doesn't, right? But if Pearl's was there, Pearl says she went to the garden and she fell asleep and she woke up and she wasn't able to channel Dahlia. She doesn't believe that to be true. But, like, I don't think they have memory. They can't talk to the spirit that they're channeling when they're being possessed. Who is the person that received the body on the Hazakura Temple side? Yeah. Pearl received instructions from Morgan. To channel Dahlia, because Dahlia died last month. She got executed. So Pearl did go over to the inner temple. Because Morgan instructed her to do so. Pearl's mom instructed her to go here. Pearl was not seen by anybody because she went to the inner garden and not the training grounds. And according to Pearl's memory, she fell asleep and she didn't channel anybody and woke up the next morning and no one was around. She did throw gravy onto
the scroll of Misty, though. But according to Bikini, she saw Iris. But that Iris could have just been Dahlia possessing Pearl. Can only be you, Sister Iris. Huh? But I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it.
Objection!
That's right. Were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the inner temple garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath.
Objection!
I haven't forgotten. But have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim. Strange indeed. It's almost as if, that night, the defendant was in 2 different places at the same time. Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? Mention what? The pendulum, of course. Just super mega desecrating this body. Using the sketch drawn by an eyewitness, I have established how the body was moved using the burnt out bridge. Which means it's now a fact that this occurred, something you should have already known. No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum. But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help. So you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with. What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright? What? What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple?
Objection!
Are you serious? Trite. You mean this woman is... There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now, I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman that's standing there at the witness stand. Her real name is... Are you possessed right now? Are you possessed?
Take that!
I never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Hawthorne? Sister Iris had a twin sister. You're looking at her. Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Her name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless. It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, as I remember now, that's that case 5 years ago. My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence. The honor's all mine. Now the honor's all mine. But according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month. So what? Death is no meeting in this courtroom.
What?
Just be saying stuff. Just be doing things.
Order, order, order. Wait a moment. How can you... My sister... She's already dead. What kind of...
Objection!
You, of all people, should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the Korean channeling technique flows within that body. The Korean channeling technique? And where have I heard that? That's right. You're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister Iris was? Well, if you're gonna put things that way, then yes.
Objection!
We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happens?
Objection!
Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions. What's that? These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at the Hazakura Temple. Two of them? Even the time of the channeling was planned out, as soon as you hear the lights out bell. In other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. That means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris. And the Iris who gave me the hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her. Namely, one Dahlia Hawthorne.
Objection!
Do you even know what you're saying, Trite? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true that you found plans to talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris. What? Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. That animation is crazy. It was later that the body was moved by a pendulum. That's right. Naturally. That would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. You with me so far? Yes. After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall. There they found Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Yes, I suppose. Can't deny any of that. Thank goodness. Looks like he's finally convinced. The real Iris did say she never went to the inner temple. But that means Pearl was possessed. Even this like scene of Morgan was like, it's so good that Pearl doesn't know what she's done and that she's locked in her position as heir, which is like, something still seems off, way off. I'm still not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night. Suppose you were about to say something really ridiculous. Like, the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places. Switched places? Real auntie behavior. To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand. But I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial. Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia. Which means They must have switched places somewhere. Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne? During the earthquake. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance. Oh? Explain yourself. Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown. Unknown? What do you mean? What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised. Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about freely like that? I'm sorry. I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. The person who gave Iris the chance to freely move about. No. This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it, Your Honor? There was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? An earthquake? Earthquake? Oh my goodness. The inner temple. This kind of tremor might... How could I have... She fled and escaped. He went to the inner temple right away. And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here, no judge in his right mind would consider the idea of... Be quiet. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge. That voice. Guess I'll have to ask again. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. It's one of my rules. Dahlia Hawthorne, in my current profession, permanently retired. Huh. So you're not gonna bother hiding your identity anymore, huh? Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me. What is going on here? Dahlia Hawthorne. Never thought we'd meet again. I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time, I'll end it. For her, and for myself. Crazy. Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness? Yes. How can I help you, Mr. Judge? Well, it seems that if we're to learn the truth, we need to hear your testimony. I have no problem with that. But when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown. In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night. The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. So that means you really are... Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fey? Yes. You have a problem with that? Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way that... Watch yourself, Wright. If you've got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Mr. Godot's correct, by the way. That's one of my rules as well. To kill Maya. Could it be true? The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fey to install her own daughter as the next master. For it to work, Maya Fey would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya, have the blame pinned on Iris. Okay. You were executed last month, correct? Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant. How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fey? Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her. I see, so that's when you discussed the plan? Huh, are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well, even though I'm her own daughter. Well, to make Pearl Fey the master of Karain? She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister, Misty, took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan. A plan? You're talking about Pearl Fey, is that correct? Yes. Though at first she had high hopes for the two of us. You and your twin sister, Iris. That's correct. Unfortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father. Abandoned? The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance. So I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple. Hi, Titans. Thank you for the Doritos. Crunchy snacks. We all like crunchy snacks. Well, I like crunchy snacks. You mean Iris? Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general. How horrible. A really horrible one was that woman. That bitter, vengeful woman. Hi, Rain. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fey. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power, unfortunately for her. Morgan Fey heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. But for it to work, Maya would have to die. Maya would have to die? But why? For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master, the remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of.
Objection!
But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya. How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all. Is Pearl here? Is she hearing this? That's ridiculous. She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally, the life of Maya Fey as well. How could anyone do that? So where's Iris now? You were gonna kill Maya? Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do
was follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me. So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin, on Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple. She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it. And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini. I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway. But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin, isn't she? Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her.
Backstabber?
You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway.
Hold it!
You think the plan was a success? You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped, Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of the master will pass on to Pearl Fey.
Objection!
That's absurd. Maya's just... She's just trapped. Trapped inside the sacred cavern. Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you? My darling Feeny. Ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. That felt bad. Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivete and your pathetic faith in other people. I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fay's plan? I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of. If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that. So then tell me, why? Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction. What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead.
Hold it!
Obviously, it's because you were helping Morgan Fay. Helping? Don't make me laugh. From the day I was born to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and in the end, I died for myself. I thought that was obvious. So she wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She was just using Morgan and her plan so she could accomplish her own goal. All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fey. It was the only way I could think of to get revenge. Revenge? I can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. Let's see. No. Also no. Also no.
The stone lantern? I mean... have the blame pinned on Iris. Well then... she either wants revenge on Morgan or on Phoenix. Killing Maya helps Morgan.
Hold it! Objection!
But she didn't.
Objection! Hold it! Hold it!
Right, she said she didn't do it for the money. So...
Hold it!
Pearl also currently doesn't have any spiritual power. So, we don't have proof of Maya's death. She's not dead. Right, but she... The music is good. I'll give it that. Right. The people that Dahlia would want to hurt would be Phoenix, Iris, and Morgan. Killing Maya and pitting the blame on Iris helps Morgan, hurts Iris, hurts Phoenix. Do I need to contradict this first? That like... But Misty died first.
Objection! Objection! Hold it! Hold it! Objection!
Do I have to contradict that Maya's dead? It hasn't succeeded.
Objection!
Like, Pearl doesn't have spiritual powers right now, which I think would indicate that Maya's still alive.
Hmm. He said the plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway.
Hold it!
Is that what this is?
Objection!
I think I'm getting a little confused by Phoenix Wright logic. You know? Okay. Would not have been an incorrect statement. Hatched by Morgan Fate and sell her own daughter as the next master. Also, was still her plan last time when they tried to frame Maya for murder. Maya Fey would first have to die. I don't think she's dead. But I don't have proof that she's not dead. And Misty's dead. Kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. Also true. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. I mean, if Misty showed up at the Inner Temple because she knew what you were up to and then tried to stop you and then got stabbed for her trouble. Is Dahlia possessing some no-name acolyte or something? It seems to have succeeded anyway. The plan went wrong because Misty died. I have no choice to present that piece of evidence. Yeah, I don't know where Iris is now.
Objection!
There's a fly.
Objection!
Like, what would directly contradict anything that she's saying?
Hold it! Hold it! Objection! Objection!
Like, after being missing for so long.
Hold it!
So you didn't do that? Did you not do that?
Objection!
Am I? Hmm.
Hold it!
Am I talking to a possessed Maya? Because for the swap to have happened, who was in the inner temple? That had the spiritual power to channel Dahlia.
Objection!
It began with her death? It should have started before that. If the letter was written before Morgan was... Hmm. Right, of all the nitpicking I can do. Opened once before. Did it start with your death?
Hold it! Hold it!
Maybe I missed unlocking something.
Objection! Hold it! Hold it! Objection! Hold it! Objection! Objection!
Hmm.
Objection!
Like, none of this feels like a contradiction. So...
Objection!
Because I'm just... Am I dumb? I just... The whole plan began with Dahlia's death. Okay, it was set into motion after her death. Fine. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. Morgan Fay is trying to get Pearl to be the next master. The idea was Maya would have to die. Okay, there was the idea of the special course. I can't prove that the idea that it was for Maya to die. They did they got Elise to show up, or Misty. But why plot to kill Maya if Misty's also there?
Objection!
I'm like...
Objection!
Like, why did you not plot to kill Misty? Did you not know she was gonna show up? I mean... Well, Pearl might have seeded the idea of taking Maya to the temple. Does anything here hint to Dahlia's motivation for her own revenge? The plan went wrong because they didn't kill Maya. They killed Misty. I guess. I am a little cooked in the brain, I suppose. Because, like... Like, I'm not sure how I can present a contradiction. It's an answer to her question rather than a contradiction. It's why she would kill Maya.
Objection!
Really? They having beef in the afterlife? Your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself? As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore. Because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either. You wanted to take revenge on someone? I was sentenced to die because of that woman, Mia Fey. I somehow knew this was it. I guess. I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up. And the reason it was impossible was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died? Yes. And I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead. And how do you do that? Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. It was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans. Just for that? For that, you would kill Maya. Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey. As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless. Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you. There's not a thing you can do to me. That night, at about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon-warding hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple. So, it was Elise Donim who channeled her after all. Yeah. That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back. What did you do then? That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern, and I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom. So then you're saying you stabbed Maya? It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. What does that mean? No clear memory? Oh, is this when Maya fought back? Damn. I don't know. But she was stabbed from behind. I think I was stabbed. You were stabbed? At the last minute. Maya Fey must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it.
Objection!
That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a French fry with a plastic fork. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her. I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. That's where my memory temporarily stops. It stops? I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was... Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness. You were in this sacred cavern? The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I had been trapped in there. But how did you wind up in there? I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead, and I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself. For a ghost, you're one tough cookie. I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out. Tricklock stopped you, huh? I didn't know how to remove it. So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside this sacred cavern? Yes. I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible, but it wasn't easy. Kept getting interrupted while I was working on it. Interrupted? It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall. What? Who? Could it have been Maya? Pearl. It was Pearl. I had the same thing, but I couldn't see. Why not? If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge, so I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cavern. That morning, only 2 people could have gone into the training hall, Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll in gravy. Still, I finally managed to remove the lock, but I was too late. What do you mean by that? The flies had already started to gather. The bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct? Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up. Lady Luck? After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself. The real Iris? She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was all right. Stupid girl. I came out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. Yeah. I had finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded. What do you mean your plan had succeeded? I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I'd assumed that it was Pearl Fay. Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions. But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was Misty Fay, the picture book author. What? Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fay. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit, and that is matricide. The sin of killing her own mother.
No way!
Yeah. Order in the court. What is the meaning of this? It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fay. But even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fay's life was none other than your darling little Maya.
Objection!
Ridiculous. That's nonsense. Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there? What? What do you mean? What is the so-called evidence? The fact that Maya Fay has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it? Huh? The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple, that much is obvious. In that case, there is only one place she could be. Where? Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River. Where else? Well, she could also be here, on the witness stand. Eagle River? Maya Fay killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. So, what do you have to say now, Feeny? She wasn't, though, nor was Phoenix. What do you mean? Oops. Sorry. That's my phone. What kind of ringtone is that? Godot here. Okay. Thanks. Yeah. I mean, Dahlia wasn't lost in the river forever, and Phoenix wasn't lost in the river forever. So it's... Right. Was it something important? We just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern. That's great. What about Maya? There was a woman in the cave. Was it Maya Fey? It was the accused. Sister Iris. Huh? Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that. So, what about Maya? Where is she? There was no one else found inside the sacred cavern. No. It can't be. I told you, didn't I? She's dead. So who are... What? Dahlia, you never, like, thought about who you are right now? It seems that this case has come to an end. A tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer of Elise Donim, also known as Misty Fey, was her own daughter, Maya Fey, while she was possessed. Well, and attacking her with murderous intent. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Fey jumped to her death into the raging waters of the Eagle River. No, it can't be. Huh. Try it. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. No matter how improbable it may seem. What's that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot? According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden, which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side, near the bridge. That's right. That's where she jumped from. But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there. What? Don't get your panties all twisted up, Trite. Just relax and think through the whole thing again. So it's impossible. Maya couldn't have thrown herself into Eagle River. Yeah. Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Fey threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim? Look at all that. Look at all that. There's no river on that side. It's impossible to jump into Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness. What did you say? 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf. Oh. Ooh. You're right. She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in this photo. So you finally figured it out. You... No! Order, order. You're just playing with me. Maya Fey's body is at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding.
she's on the witness stand? Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Yes, just a few minutes ago. Maya Fey wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We now know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River. Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be. What? What is this one possibility you're talking about? That's obviously a bluff. So where's her dead body then? Finally. The pieces are falling into place. Normally the living have no way to punish the dead. I think there's a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is this very instant? Maya Fey is. There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom. What? Maya Fey's here? You say she's here in my courtroom? Dahlia Hawthorne, I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Fey, that pathetic little sniveling runt. You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it. I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. Isn't there any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone called me before Pearl did? But who? Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now. Am I correct? It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. There was someone who called you before she could. This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it. And Misty Fey is gone. There's only one possibility left. Come on already. I can't stand the tension. Dahlia Hawthorne, the person channeling you right now must be Maya Fey. What? But how could that be? Remember what this witness Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal? She said that her goal was to kill Maya Fey. Yes, that's right, but if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her... Huh. Well, Gramps, what would happen? Could it be? Looks like you finally understand, Your Honor. Oh, I don't? What are you going on about? What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. There's only one reason. To protect herself from you. To protect herself? From me? Yes. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Fey. The path back to Hazakura was closed off, and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide? You mean, that's when she channeled me? All this time you thought you had been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you. No, don't say that. You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp? Maya Fey killed herself. Isn't it obvious?
Objection!
Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya.
The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple. I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who has never been out in the real world. She could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have ever even given her such a brilliant idea? Well, me, of course. Has Pearls listened to this whole thing? Has she? Was Mia here the whole time? Did Pearls hear her mother get dragged? Mia Fey. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. He's so normal about this. So it's true. It was you. Yes. There's something else. But what are you doing here? That hair. It's Pearls, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You just cornered Maya in the inner temple's garden. And then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Fey. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. She did? Not terribly surprising since she was about to be killed. When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help. So she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do. She did that? I can't believe it. Of course, I didn't have all the details, but one thing was perfectly clear. And that was, I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived. So it was Maya who put the lock on there. Yes. But why did you order her to do those 2 things? If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Fey. Pearls? Yes. Pearl didn't properly understand the plan, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Fey's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. So that's how it was. He's having a crisis. He's going through it right now. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Fey to kill Maya at all costs. Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along. How dare you! I won't forget this! Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes. Another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? What do you mean by another? Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure. What? How dare you? 11 years ago. The fake kidnapping. Your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but... After Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth! That wasn't my fault. It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. And then, 1 year later, he tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but... you wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny. You wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. Now this. You messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape, even though she was right there in front of you. Mia Fey. Mia Fey. Mia Fey. Mia Fey. You spinster. I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would. And if only you had gotten that spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I would have been hanged to death. True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. What? What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. Whew. I just had 2 big sneezes, excuse me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all eternity. Oh, sneezy. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you, because you were already dead. What about it? Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. It's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne. A miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there's no escape from that. No hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burnt to a crisp. You're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you? It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. The horrors. I'm not ready. Not ready to go. Nick says now then, I assume you are the real Iris. Yes, I was just rescued from the sacred cavern. I must say you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne? If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to the hell she came from. Seems that Misty Fey wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Fey, as well as the young Pearl Fey, are also victims of this wicked and selfish plan. Yes, Your Honor. The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again.
Your Honor?
Yes, what is it?
About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now. Well, to be frank, my younger brother's quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the Korean channeling technique. Hey, isn't that the New Year's issue of Occult? I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench, and in all that time I've finally learned this one thing. Each case is different, and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ. Never thought of it that way. At any rate, it's time to pass judgment on the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Objection!
You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor. What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot? This trial, it isn't over yet. That's what he means. What? Trite. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony? Dahlia's testimony? I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone. Yes, that's right. The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. Elise Doneen. No. Misty Faye. But who killed her? You still don't know who did it. This isn't over. Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. Can't let her walk until there's evidence that proves her innocence. No way. But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony. The prosecution's ready to call our final witness. Final witness? This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye. Indeed. Is it really all right, Mr. Prosecutor? Of course it's all right, Madame Attorney. They're having a moment. Very well then. Who is this final witness? Isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case. Someone who saw the murder take place? The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. You mean Maya? You can't. She can't testify after what she's just been through. We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand. Very well. But first, we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial. Hey, Wright. I've got something to say to you, so listen up. What is it? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you. You've got some nerve. But that's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself. That's enough. Recess. Okay, I'm going to try to finish the case today. So much has happened. 2:56 p.m. I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me. I was missing all day, and we didn't even have a chance to talk. She's right.
When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places, and Iris was inside the cavern. The sacred cavern. I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on. Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you. Why did you help your sister out as much as you did? Huh? If you had tried to get help at the sacred cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there. My sister... I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by our mother and never got any love from our father either. Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it? Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her. You talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago? Yes. I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister Valerie ended up. That was the case that wounded Mia so badly. But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder. Some people? You must mean, yes. 2 defense attorneys, Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth. Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You. That's right. Iris, there's one more thing that I have to ask you. Yes, what is it? On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Stoneham, was it really you? Yes, it was me. That night after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. There's a problem. Come to the Inner Temple right away. I got in the snowmobile and headed for the Inner Temple, but the path to the Inner Temple was cut off, right? Exactly. We can't just leave the body here. So you've got to do this exactly as I say, got it? Me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much. The staff that Mystic Elise always held. I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff. Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile. But why? Why did you alter the body? I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with a shichishito. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground. Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it. I see. Defendant. Yes? The judge is calling you. Wants to see you in his chambers. Some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne. All right. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you. Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me. So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning. Phoenix. Mia. How is Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case. I see. You don't mean she learned who Elise O'Neill really was? Yes. I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew. But why? Maya is stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial is about to restart. The real killer. Do you know who it is yet? Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still. I think that just maybe I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the Inner Temple. And the criminal wasn't just there by accident, which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. One more thing. The victim was moved to the Hazakura temple side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the Inner Temple side for almost an entire day. Exactly. So the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura Temple the following day. That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win or lose. Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Mia. Finally. It's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see, anyway? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was. I have to prove it. Me. All by myself. Nah. To be continued. Do you think I can finish this today? Do you think so? It's already 3:10. I mean, best case scenario, Misty did it herself. To put that weight on Pearl right now is kind of fucked. That's kind of messed up. "3:36 p.m. Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the tests we had performed earlier. Tests. Yes, tests. On the bloody dagger that was found stuck into the pine tree. Oh yeah, that. Totally forgot about it. That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim. So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood, or... Due to time constraints, a full test wasn't possible. However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on the dagger was not the victim's blood. That is all. Now then. Restart. So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. So then whose was it? I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims. I understand, Your Honor. From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking, so let's finish this quickly. Agreed. Witness, Please tell us your name and profession.
Maya Fey.
My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Co. Law Offices. According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the Korean channeling technique. I'm frightened. The Fey clan. I don't want any more to do with it. Oh, Maya. The pain the Fey bloodline causes must be unbearable. Very well. Now then, Miss Fey, when the event occurred, you were in the garden of the Inner Temple, and you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Doneem's murder. Is this correct? I didn't see any... Straighten up this instant, young lady. Huh? Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later. But Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out. And you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Witness, if you please. Yes, Your Honor. I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!" And something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness. So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been this staff. Maya, the person who hit you, it was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was. Maya, think hard. Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't. Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. It seems that it will be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Do the thing. Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all. What happened afterwards? My attacker was in front of me, blocking off my escape, I think. You think? After getting hit like that, I was in a state of panic. There were only two things rolling around in my mind at the time. Oh no. This is beginning to get interesting. What were the two things rolling around in your mind? My name is Maya Fey. 1 + 1 = 2. You see, for some crazy reason, I was afraid I was going to lose my memory. I know it's odd, considering my life was in danger, but that's how it was. It's not odd at all. Your actions are understandable, given the circumstances. So, what then? You don't mean, was it? I didn't know it at the time, but I think it was probably blood. She's saying that's when Miss Doneem, who was channeling Dahlia, was stabbed in the back by the killer? At that moment, I was paralyzed with fear. I was just sitting there in the snow. I'm sure blood got on everything around me. So what happened next? I don't remember. How were you saved? You don't even remember that? No. I haven't got any idea. I really don't know what happened at all. That's too bad. I worked side by side with Maya for 2 years. You can tell when she's trying to hide something by how she acts, and right now, I'm absolutely certain she's hiding something.
Who else was on the Inner Temple side that night? Well, Sister Bikini, of course, but I remember her saying that Iris would be coming later as well. The day after the incident, Edgeworth met Bikini at Hazakar Temple. I mean, she couldn't be the criminal, so then... Did Iris actually come later like she said? Well, let me think. She seems confused. It's probably because she's so tired. No, I'm sure I didn't see her. She must have come while I was preparing for the training. Who did it? Who hit you? Well, I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind. You didn't see the person, but after that your attacker was in front of you? How could you not see who it was? Oh, let me think for a sec. I'm sorry, I just can't remember. Maya's really having a hard time. What should I do? Can't believe I'm bullying Maya. Come on, Maya. This isn't making sense. Why didn't you see this person? Well, let me think. It was, oh yeah. That's right, it was dark. That's it. It was dark? It's not good to have too much light around when someone is undergoing spiritual training. Come to think of it, there was earlier testimony to that effect as well. So it was dark in the garden on the night of the crime, which is why she didn't see her attacker. I thought maybe she was trying to hide something, but I guess not. Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was most likely the spirit that was channeled by Elise Doneem, Dahlia Hawthorne. Very well, continue with your testimony. What happened after you were struck on the head? You think you screamed, but you're not sure? Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark, I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, an adult, a child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits. Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes. I thought this person might attack me, so I... Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that it was my last hope. Wow. Sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do I do? Wait a minute. Maya, what's this my last hope stuff? Oh, what? What do you mean by your last hope? No. That's what you said. You said my last hope. Huh? What? I said what? Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, "Help me." Yeah? But you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope. Oh, well, you know, that's like... What do you call it when that happens? It's not doing so well up there. Oh, yeah, Oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at. What did you just say? Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming to for help. What is it now? I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out. Huh? Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker there was another person? Well, yeah. I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done? Takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say. A ton of pressure. You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber. Witness, the information you presented is vital to the case. Add it. A man. Who?
Who was this man?
Well, you see, I couldn't see.
You couldn't see. She's used this excuse twice now.
Well, you know, lantern light isn't very bright.
Lantern light, did you say?
There's a great big stone lantern in the garden.
They always light it when the acolyte is there for training.
Hey, you know what they say, under the lantern, darkness reigns. So I could see the person that was further away, but not my attacker, who was closer. Plus, there weren't any other light sources in the garden at the time.
Objection!
So there was a man standing behind your attacker.
Yeah.
That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Donim, otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother.
The killer?
Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? To be frank, Your Honor, I think she's in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with her testimony.
Huh? What do you mean? What problem?
Maya, on the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission.
Uh-huh. What?
It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night.
No.
Order in the court. Mr. Godot, explain this. Add the pureness of milk to the sweet, clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of café au lait.
Café au lait? Is that even legal?
Mr. Tright's words are the milk, and you are the spoon, Your Honor.
I'm a spoon.
I'm no spoony bard, I'll have you know. You must have noticed it too, Tright. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that.
Objection!
Sorry, but that's not gonna cut it. What did you say? If there truly was no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction to the witness's last bit of testimony. Nick, may I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker. And she quite clearly described him as a man. In other words, it would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person. Despite it being so dark, she couldn't see the face of her own attacker.
No.
Order. What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch black conditions?
Objection!
Trite, do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There was no other light source at the scene.
Objection!
There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark. And now, you're trying to cover for him. Cover? For the man that killed her mother? There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is. Do I know other men?
Please. Nick. I don't know anything. Please. I'm begging you.
Talk a good game, Tried. But let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what could the witness see? Calling your bluff.
No, Nick, don't. Please, stop.
Maya is dead set on protecting this guy. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But Can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer. An officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth. Alright, Mr. Wright. Show us what you got. Who was this person that you say Miss Faye saw in the darkness? It doesn't make sense. Who has a light source on them? And why would she want to protect them? She's the only person that was there in the inner temple. I mean, he also wasn't there for the first day of the trial. I also don't see what his motive would be. Unless Pearl was possessed by Morgan. Because who would have called Iris and given her instructions? But I think she's dead. She would have to be dead. But his visor's the only light source. This would be crazy. He is motivated to protect Maya, though.
Take that!
Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes? What? But how do you suppose to show us something like that? It's easy. You just need to recreate the conditions of that night. Conditions? Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all of the lights in this courtroom be turned off. He is extremely motivated to protect Maya. This is... But it can't be. That was a nice bit of deduction. That's right. Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw the night of the murder. Order, order, order. Did you also clean up the bloody snow? And that's why you didn't see Maya's name on the lantern. Prosecutor Godot, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it? Huh. Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. What do you mean by that? If you've got a question, ask the witness. It's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Was it 3 glowing red lights? Well, witness, answer the question.
You're wrong. I never saw that. Maya. I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man for a totally different reason.
What?
Witness. Mr. Wright, what the... Stop your chattering, Your Honor. Chattering? If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Alright. Well then, continue with the testimony. Tell us how you knew the killer was a man. Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but... When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit, and the body was gone. All the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up, too. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man. So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man. Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor. No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Godot said, you're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. So you lost consciousness when you were in the garden, is that right? Yes, I think it happened when the victim was stabbed. So then the person that carried you into the inner temple could only have been the killer. That's what I think, too. So the killer carried Maya into the inner temple. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? It must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. I don't know. Looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. The torches were lit. Yes. That's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed. I'm going to say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be? The killer probably lit them since it'd be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body? Good night, Fox! Oh yeah, also in ears. I just really want to... It's so past my bedtime, but I really want to finish the game. That's true. It's hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya. Very well. You're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd. The snow was removed in an unnatural-looking rectangular shape around the lantern. There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple, but they're all really heavy. Way too heavy for me to use. An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow away? Well, there's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say a lot of the victim's blood sprayed onto the snow? Yeah. The area I collapsed in ended up being splattered. In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. If they just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it, there's no need to remove that amount. That's true. Could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood. Looks like there are some mysteries behind this issue, but I think this will help explain them. This
So you're saying that you never saw the killer, right? Yes. But earlier you very clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker. Nick, I'm sorry. Killer certainly went through a lot of trouble. Moving the body by pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. But for what purpose? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. When I saw the crime scene, I felt something. You did? Yes. I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me. For my sake. What? Hiding it for you? Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden, she may have thought that you had done it? No, she definitely would have thought so. You're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened? Yes, I'm sure of it. Well, important. Add it. You couldn't see it.
Objection!
The body of Elise Donium was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple's courtyard. Then at the garden, the real scene of the crime. The snow that we suspect was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh, what would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern? You're right. Order. But Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene? Indeed, but it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow, and then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing.
Objection!
But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove all that snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern? I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it. Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern? Prosecutor Godot, earlier in this trial you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. Maybe the killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred here. But if that's the case, he wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it. But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person could miss something as glaring as that. You're right. There is no way any normal person would. What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether. Who would that be? Who was the person who could have failed to notice the bloody writing? Mr. Godot, this is what you said yesterday. My eyesight's pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. You can't see everything? Is that correct, Mr. Godot? This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented. There's something written on it. It's written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern is as clean as a whistle. Mr. Godot, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before, during the poisoning case at Très Bien. This is the apron the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time and somehow spilled coffee on. There's something still bothering me, Mr. Godot. Bloodstain to the court? Bloodstain? What bloodstain? Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-colored stain that's smeared all over the apron. That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain. You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red. Huh. It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. No wonder. Why am I the only one that can't see them? So then, Mr. Godot, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern? Hey, Gramps. Didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea. I wasn't sure about it until now. I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Godot is the murderer. But there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. Mr. Godot, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Domingue, also known as Miss Misty Fey. Hard to believe this may be true. However, once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you. Let's make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on. How does a little graffiti make me into the killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there.
Objection!
I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. This is rich. Do go on, Trite. The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow. Snow? How so? Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If you wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not take out just that area? Yes, why didn't he take just that area? Could it be? Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow. So, he had to remove all of the snow. Couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area.
Objection!
Isn't it more likely that the true killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine. It seems, once again, this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot? He also missed the talisman. Yeah. Wait just a minute. Maya. What is it, witness? Mr. Godot isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the Inner Temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after that old bridge got fixed up.
Objection!
Maya. You can't testify to something like that. Why? What do you mean? I may not look it, but I'm... After the murder happened, you didn't even exist. She didn't... I'm afraid I don't follow. Are you senile, old man? We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, that's right. Please, Your Honor, let me add it to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me. Maya, do you plan to cover for Godot no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Nicely done, Trite. Very well. Let's hear the witness's testimony. Tell us what happened at the Inner Temple after the murder. Yes, sir.
After I woke up, I began channeling and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearlie was there at the inner temple too. Pearlie was also stuck on the inner temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the inner temple for the first time. He found Pearlie first and cheered her right up. Who is this Pearlie? It's my little cousin, Pearl Fay. So when did you hear about this? Just a while ago, when I was in the medical office. I'm terribly sorry, but what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. What? Come on. Pearlie would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be. Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath. Huh. The prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness. Mr. Godot, let's just move on to the cross-examination, if the defense has no objections. This is highly unusual, but, well, Mr. Wright, get this cross-examination started. Pearls didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge? What do you mean? I was just wondering why she would stay in the prep room. If it was me, I'd at least go out and wait at the foot of the bridge. Oh, well, Pearlie said she was sleeping at the time. She said she was so scared during the night that she couldn't sleep well and woke up a bunch of times. Poor little girl. All alone like that. Well, we know that she had at least one friend in the sacred cavern. Dahlia Hawthorne, who was busy battling with the trick lock. She couldn't let anyone see her, so she wouldn't have shown herself to Pearls. What happened after the bridge was fixed? So it was your first time on the inner temple side, Mr. Godot? That's funny. Am I imagining things, or did the defense ask me a question? Mr. Wright, save your questions for the witness. What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor. Touché, Mr. Wright. Oh well. What do you have to say, Mr. Godot? Hot nights and even hotter coffee. That's what I always say. But if it hadn't have been for this case, I never would have visited there. A freezing cold temple in the mountains. I think I'll pass. So you never visited Hazakar Temple or the Inner Temple, huh? You want to say something, Trey? In any case, I have to find a crack in Godot's armor. While I cross-examine Maya, that is. He cheered her up. That's what Pearlie said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot. There I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict. Huh. Cut it out. You're making me blush. This guy's really beginning to get on my nerves, more ways than one. The truth is there aren't many places to look on the inner temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-toothed combs. So I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way, Godot style. In the same way, I like to hand out verdicts in my own way, judge style. Maybe I should ask some questions, Phoenix style. Ooh. So you cheered Pearls up. When I found that little girl, the first thing she asked about was her cousin, Maya Fay. Really? The bridge had burned down and she was huddled up in that tiny shack with no heat. Even though she must have had a truly terrifying night out there, she asked about you before she said a thing about herself. Pearlie, I noticed that you weren't anywhere on the inner temple side, but I couldn't find it in me to tell her that. So I gave her my last cup. With milk and sugar.
to hide the bitterness of the harsh truth. What a sweet story. He had a thermos of coffee. Why doesn't that surprise me? There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the Inner Temple when it happened, otherwise he couldn't have killed Elise Donin. You said that you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything? Looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Wright. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern. Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall. Beauty. Misty Faye, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Western tastes. Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy? So, from there you headed for the prep room? Wait a sec. What did Godot say just now? I think I found his proverbial weak spot. Are you hitting on your dead ex's dead mom? I mean, if this is going as he's suspecting it is, Godot did kill Misty. Because Misty looked like Dahlia and he was protecting Maya. Oh. He is lying. If it was his first visit to the temple, he wouldn't have known that the scroll had Misty on it, because it would have already been covered in gravy. But he already knew. He should know about that piece of evidence. Waxing poetic about the beauty in the room that is your ex's mother is an interesting choice. I mean, I think that's just how he moves through the world.
Objection!
Sluttily, I guess. Mr. Godot. The first time he crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the Inner Temple was long before the murder took place. Why do you say that? Because he just made one fatal slip up. The hanging scroll in the training hall. Hanging scroll? But Mr. Godot's right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother. Maya, I know you know who it is, but there's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. What's that wonderfully delicious smell? The morning after the crime, someone covered it in gravy. Gravy? But why gravy, Nick? Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot, you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have had any way of knowing it was Misty Fey. Oh, wait a minute, Nick. Yes. Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look, at the top, there's a crest there. That's the mark of the master, correct? Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark, then you could guess it was a picture of Misty Fey on there. True, but Mr. Godot described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Oh. Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the Inner Temple long before the crime took place. Can I ask you just one little thing, Wright? What is it? This whole theory of yours. It all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed. That's right. Otherwise there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene. Of course, Mr. Godot knew about the plan. Huh? What did you say? Is it really possible that another person knew of that plan? It was open. This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future, and these instructions were hidden somewhere in Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed. Unsealed? Yes, the killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple. You still insist this crafty killer is me. You bet I do. You just said that the instructions were hidden. That's right. Mr. Godot couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden. If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out. Yes, and when was that? During a visit. A visit? Morgan Fay told her daughter, Pearl, about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden. Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center. Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor, such as Mr. Godot. Order, order, order. Mr. Godot, you're under fire again. This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge, and you were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder. Humans are afraid of the dark, and yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean? It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the Inner Temple and waited for the crime to occur. And then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that just to protect this witness. That's right. If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. Got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you see. I am certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress. Killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural.
Objection!
However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs. I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick? I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. For the same reason, huh? Okay, Trite. I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you. Who's this? There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably. There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you, after all. She is Mia Fey's only sister. Mia Fey. You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney. Wait a second here. Mr. Godot is a defense attorney? With your Honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godot. His real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right? The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago. Diego Armando. Name rings a bell. It should, Your Honor. All of this is related to a single case. Can't trust the man with 2 first names. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court. The tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself. No, it wasn't. Mia, you can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients. That pure, sweet heart of hers. That's why. I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. That one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria. I just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse. You were poisoned. Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee. Some newspapers at the time called it a murder, but very little information about the case was released to the press. But you weren't dead at all. No official reports ever actually called it murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma. I see. My body shut down, and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight, and my hair turned white due to the damage it caused. That's terrible. Apparently it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poison brew. And one morning, my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee. 5 years? You were asleep for 5 years, and the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered, and the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death. The woman you loathed? The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee. Dahlia Hawthorne. Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up. That's so sad. For someone like me. Someone who had slept away their best days. There were only 2 reasons left to live. And it was for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live? The first was you, Wright.
Huh? Me?
If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey never would have died. Much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her. But you let her die. It was all your fault. It wasn't like that. I wanted to see for myself what kind of man you really were. So that's why you became a prosecutor? My other reason for living. She goes by the name of Maya Fey.
Huh? You mean me?
You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Karain village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. A neat quirk of the localization. Just as he can't see red on white, Godot ignores red, white, blaming Phoenix for Mia's death. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I enjoy that. I appreciate that. I like that. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her. That's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center. Oh, my legs. Okay, I had to stretch. I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew that plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it. That makes sense. If Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out. Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both of my accomplices. Iris of Hazakar Temple and Misty Fey. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan, in case we couldn't control Pearl Fey. But how did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years. Officially, yes. What? What do you mean, officially? You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government? Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. Said the Master of the Karain had great authority. Even without her official position, Misty Fey still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movement all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor. So my mother was cooperating with you? Don't ever forget, no matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you. She was always... That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff. Her staff. The one with a sword in it? The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazakar Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then. Just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fey, if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price. Mother. That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. You mean Pearls, don't you? You had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne. Well, Pearl, what are you gonna do tonight? Well, if you like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together. We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up. She was worried and followed me to the inner temple. That was the thing we were most afraid of. And that's why Misty Faye had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body. What? What do you mean? If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself. As Master of Karain, Misty Faye's power was supreme. So that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Faye wouldn't be able to. What? Is this true? My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Faye. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple, just in case you needed to be saved from Dahlia Hawthorne. Godot. Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to. Trite. Huh? There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney, but you're going to have to do the rest yourself. The background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. One question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Faye, and I'm sad to say you, Mr. Godot. Well, Trite, if you're the real deal, finish this thing. Once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own. No, Nick. Please don't. Maya. I heard the whole thing. From my sister. In the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godot. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia. And me, too. Maya, I know that. Nick. Even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify. Miss Faye, your testimony, please. This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips. I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick. All right. The moments before you lost consciousness, exactly what happened. Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead, though. She struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly, the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness. 3 red lights? I thought you said you don't remember seeing them. I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden. Things break, Trite. Even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? Looks like you still can't prove it. Maya's telling the truth this time, I know it. The rest is up to me. Lights shining in the dark. I don't think you could make a mistake about that. Yeah, you're right. I think I saw them, but I can't say for certain. I can't tell you for sure they were from Mr. Godot's mask, either. I don't get the feeling she's covering for him anymore, but just after that, you turned towards the lights and called for help? Isn't that because you thought the lights were coming from Mr. Godot's mask? Yeah, I guess so. Maybe that's what I was thinking at the time, but I can't remember after all. There was a person I couldn't identify in front of me. Maya's life was in terrible danger at the time. No way she can remember details perfectly. Struck back? How do you know that? Well, you're right. I didn't see it exactly, but I could tell by the sounds of their breathing and movement, and also the smell of blood. We witnessed more horror than any young lady should ever have to in one life. And what did we do at that point? I couldn't move. Could barely make out their shadows moving in the dark. I had no idea what to do. Could you still see the red lights? Yes, I think so, but... She really has. She really has. The horrors. They went out? Yes. Suddenly I couldn't see them at all. What could it mean? The red lights were coming from Godot's mask, then went out right in the middle of a fight. Maybe the mask was damaged. Or maybe it was knocked off. Or maybe the batteries ran out, right, Mr. Tribe? Maybe those little red pinhead-looking lights just stopped working. What could have really happened then? What do you mean by just at that moment? The moment when the lights went out? Yes, that's right. The scream that you heard then. Was it Dahlia Hawthorne? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice. So that scream came from the killer? It's gotta be it. I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it. The killer let out a scream of pain, huh? After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess. Now, Dahlia didn't know it was a sword, so she pulled out the dagger and she threw away the sword. But Godot knew it was a sword. And that's how he stabbed her. But I still kinda... Sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction. Makes sense. My deductions are almost certainly never correct. Remember the testimony she just gave before the killer let out a scream? Maya said she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim. Is that right? She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. You so sure about that? Don't keep us waiting. Yeah. What's the weapon? If Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff, what could she have used to strike back at the killer? Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime. That's right, I forgot about that. His dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck into a pine tree. Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me. Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this. She managed to wound him as well.
Objection!
Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim.
Objection!
Have you forgotten the blood has already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body. Alright, tits out, come on. So you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer? Exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godot, it would prove that it's your blood. Nice theory, Tried. Order. Order in the court. Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test. Huh. Let me ask you something, Trite. Let's just say that it turned out that I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? What? Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom. Yes, what does that prove? Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it. That's... can't be. In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Trite. That blood doesn't belong to me. Not a chance. What? In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. Alright then, witness. Continue your testimony. Hold it. Wait a minute. What's the problem? I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation. Maya! I'm so proud. This dagger, you said that it wounded the killer? That's right. But if Mr. Godot had really been cut with a dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right? Maya? Maybe he just changed his clothes? That would solve the contradiction pretty easy. What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder. Everyone that was on the inner temple side got trapped there. That's right. And once the bridge was fixed and the police headed for the inner temple, Mr. Godot was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes. Order in the court. The guy says is, well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him. But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes? The judge just takes smart pills during the last recess. Well, then maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. Oh man. That way he wouldn't get any blood on them.
Objection!
That's impossible, Trite. You know how cold it gets up there late at night? After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. And you'd be missing some stuff. So that's all you've got? I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Alright now, if Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already. If Mia Fey were here. So come on, Trite. Can you do it or not? How about it, Mr. Wright? You've accused Mr. Godot of being the killer, but can you prove it? Have you got evidence? The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is, I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you want it. That's good. A fighter till the bitter end, Trite. Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't we go for the unlimited penalty? Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need. Do I? Give me a break. You got nothing, Trite. So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple.
I've got to think outside the box and approach this from a different angle.
What, do I? Alright then, Mr. Wright. Let's see what you got.
There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger. But we decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there would have been a blood stain on his clothing. There's one place. One place the killer could have hidden his wound.
What did you say?
Hidden?
This is it. My last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle.
I don't need to think about why there were no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound.
It's the end of the line. Final stop, Wright. Let's hear what you got. Where's this location where you say the killer hid his wound?
In the anime, he had a coat on that night. Yeah, it would have to be his face.
Do I have to select his profile?
Right? Like...
You'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Wright? What was that just now? Mia? You can't be. You're living on through him? Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. It's beneath your mask. Okay, that was correct. I was like, am I gonna get bonked? Okay. During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right. Your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved. Ah. Yeah, he self-destructed just now. I saw her spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago. You helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought. Mr. Godot. But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive was me. You? Yourself? I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. Now is not the time for sexy music. His life is sexy music. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. But you saved Maya. Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway. What do you mean? Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, then there's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away. Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick? But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother. But I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. You know why? The real reason? No. Why? I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all. Huh? I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia. Nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me. You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya. Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure. What do you mean by that? That night, in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette. A part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. Could have been Misty Faye. Or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Faye? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. The stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off. As a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything. Mr. Godot. I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando. Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me. Thanks. Your wound, it's bleeding. Huh. Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears. Tears? Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment. Mr. Armando. You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. This time, it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant. Yes, Your Honor. Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body and the crime scene is a serious offense in itself. I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully.
I knew the risk, and I willingly cooperated anyway.
Farewell. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say?
Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you.
Apologize? To me? For what?
For the case 5 years ago.
Of course. I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover? Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was gonna do it. She was planning to kill me.
It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other.
Huh? What do you mean?
You and my sister. You only met twice.
Huh? We only met twice.
The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. The next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed.
No way, it just can't be true. I mean, during our whole relationship, we were...
For those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister.
Huh? It wasn't Dahlia.
I hope one day you can forgive me, Feeny.
You mean...
That's right. I lied to you. For 8 months.
But why? Why would you do such a thing?
Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could because of the police investigation and their surveillance. She couldn't move about freely.
So that's why you...
My sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst.
Prepared for the worst?
She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice.
You mean she was ready to kill me, don't you?
She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance. And that's why you came to me?
You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place.
But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed, and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that had ever happened.
That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime and she would confer with you.
I think she must have noticed.
Notice what?
My feelings for you. If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her, even if it meant her life or mine.
Iris!
After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings toward you, they changed.
I have something to say to you two.
Yes?
You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh. Anime go crazy. How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though, right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Don't you think so? Phoenix Wright.
He said his name proper like.
Yeah, I think you're right. The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim, Elise Doneen. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case. I understand, Your Honor. Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant. Gosh, is Pearlie okay? Did she know that her mom is awful? Does she know that? Court's adjourned. So I guess it's all over. I'm gonna save in case I don't want it to crash. The way everything ended. Was justice really served? Yeah, this whole case was crazy. The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand. Of course justice was served. Mia! I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando, the man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. You mean, with that verdict? I think one day, you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me. Mia, you've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. Mia, I'm sure we'll meet again someday, Phoenix. I've handled lots of cases and seen lots of things. And along this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Nick. Maya. I guess it's just like my sis said. Mia? What did she say? At night, when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry. Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But come on. Cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, sis, and I'm sure Iris, too. We owe you for everything you've done for us, Nick. Maya. How? How can you be so bright and chipper after all this happened? You were brutally attacked. You saw your mother murdered. Yow! Francisca. Still as softy as always, Phoenix Wright. Excellent work, Wright. His face is taking me out. What do you mean? It's not like I like you or anything. Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, when did you get back? Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Francisca have actually been helping me. Helping you. These two hadn't been there on the first day of the trial. The defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Well, but where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head. I'm just imagining, like, the fever scene with Edgeworth. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh, ouch. Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too.
Francisca. I don't suppose there's room for me in this group hug, is there? Oh, Larry. What's with the, longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of use to anyone. Not even once. That's not true, right, Nick? What? You're asking me. Well, Nick, is it true? I've got a place in this world, right? Do I have to present evidence? Huh? Oh, yeah. Of course. I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good. No. Yeah. Those portraits you painted. They were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Me? Why are you making that face, huh, Edgy? Oh, well, yes. Indeed, I certainly can't say that they lack resemblance. You really mean it? What about you, Francie? Did I draw you well, too? My beauty cannot possibly be captured by a mere crayon. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something. So then you'll do it like you promised? You're gonna model for my next picture book, Francie's Whippity Whip Trip? Don't get carried away. Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. The painting of Pearl was pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Pearls? Where could she have gone? Mia was just here. What the heck? Normally she would have made a beeline for Maya. Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back. Hey, Pearly. Right. Oh my gosh, your face. I can't with your face. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you are wondering how Maya can be so cheerful, despite all that has happened. Yeah. To be honest, I can't understand it either. Francisca. That's right. She lost her father fairly recently as well. I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. What do you mean by now is exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya is trying her best not to cry. Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya. Edgeworth, I think I'm starting to understand too. How? Then tell me, Phoenix Wright, who is Maya Fey being strong for? The baby. Pearl Fey. Poor kid. After all, the reason that she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Fey clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Fey's mother was killed, and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. And that's exactly why Maya is putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake, until she can see her smile again. Oh hey! So this is where you all were. Well, looks like we've got quite the bunch here today. Ow, ouch! What was that for, sir? Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own. What's up, Detective Gumshoe? You know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me.
My salary's just sort of kind of gone down by a teeny weeny bit, but it's alright. I made reservations at a first-class French restaurant tonight.
Yeah.
Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward. Detective Gumshoe? You said a first-class French restaurant? You don't mean... Très bien. Where else? I knew it. We're doomed. Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you, crybaby, you're invited too. Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser's shack eating potatoes. You know, Maya's taken an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Oh, Maya, what's wrong?
Nick, what do I do?
Pearlie, I can't find her anywhere.
Huh?
Oh, I'll bet she just went back home. That's all. I thought so too, so I called the village, but no one has heard from her. This has never happened before. As I figured, she has been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya.
But none of this was her fault. What should I do?
Detective Gumshoe? Yeah, what is it, pal? Could you guys go on ahead? But what about you? Maya and I we'll join you guys once we find pearls. Nick. Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but he'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world. Yeah, but you're the... Ah. Very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead. Don't keep us waiting, Wright. I can't with his face. We won't. But where should we look? Where could Pearlie have gone? Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that pearls might have gone to. Hazakura Temple. For pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, this is where the whole incident started. What is this? You're all back again so soon? Sister Bikini? I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight. So she's here? Pearlie's here. She's in the training hall. Oh, why don't you hurry along and go see her? Oh, okay. Pearlie's not here. Maya, the hanging scroll. Someone cleaned it off. It's gotta be pearls.
Ah! Mystic Maya.
Pearlie. Why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya. Mystic Maya. I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother. That's why you came here? It's the least I could do, to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearlie. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course I'm sad that my mother's gone, but how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya. I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty. Sister Bikini, your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of Karain, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya is always in my thoughts. It's true. She'll always be with me until the day I die. Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets. She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die. That's the master's talisman. The thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important. Rather, it was the contents. That's... a photo? Mother. It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. How many times has this thing been broken? Oh, it's so cute. Even when the battle is over and the bonds that connect us are severed. An unofficial Fae tradition to break this thing. We always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother too. I learned that from all of them. Well, shall we get going? Everyone's waiting. This is a day to remember. A day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today. But I still can't. Go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training. I promise. I know, I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for 3 for when you come back. Alright, we're going to have a feast today, Pearly. A great feast. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance.
Okay, Mystic Maya. I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight.
You know, there's one thing I don't get, and probably don't want to, but...
What is it, Nick?
Reservations for training is fine and all, but why for 3? Come on. What do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us. Huh? I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you. Huh? Huh? It'll be great, Nick. We're gonna do this special course, naturally. Huh?
That's a great idea, after all, Mr. Nick. You'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you?
Even walk on hot coals, right? We'll have a nice, big meal before we come next time. Right, Nick? You know, I was wondering if I can say just one little thing. Sure, of course you can.
Oh, I love this part. Can't wait to hear it.
And goosebumps, too. Well then, here goes nothing.
Objection!
Okay, victory. Okay, it's 5 a.m., so it's absolutely bedtime. Holy shit. After frickin' epilogue. I have to work extra hard now. Master Crane and the office manager of Wright and Co. Law offices.
Be a good big sister to Pearly and Nick, too. Well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that. Frickin' again. Frickin' again.
Babies.
So it's true. Mr. Nick really is Mystic Maya's knight in shining armor. He went through with the special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's a legendary extra special ultra course here too. I think I'll surprise the two of them by making them a secret reservation.
Maggie bought me a brand new coat as a present, pal. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off.
Yes, but somehow you just don't seem the same. I guess a dirty, shabby old overcoat is just more detective-like, sir.
Don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man won't soil himself silly.
Mr. Wright, I am once again in your debt.
Thanks to you, the Treasures of Karain exhibit was a great success.
I even got to see Miss Von Karma, who I hadn't seen for almost a year. She taught me how to use a whip and said that I must show you what I've learned.
Okay. Oh.
Bum, bum, bum. Desi and I started a company called Mask to Mask Consulting. We're dedicated to stopping the evil plans of all the criminals in the city. Our motto is, cut it out, please. Pretty cute, huh? Well, we also sell plans to the criminals as a kind of side business. I wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I think maybe we're the worst criminals. I wanted to show my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating Don Tigre, so I lent him $500,000 and a tea set, a special thick tea, one I mixed with my own two hands. I bet he's drinking it now. Win through compromise. He.
I'm just holding in the way. A wrinkly, grumpy clown nose waste of flesh. At least, that's what I thought. But my grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. Talk about embarrassing. 69 years old and I cried like a baby with a dirty diaper.
Aww. As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We've hired a new programmer to replace Glenn Elg. I do hope everyone will get along. His name is Adam Mada. As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits would align perfectly. My. More reporters. Since the murder, we've made so much money. Hardly know what to do. I think the magazines like us because I provide such a nice visual, especially in spring. Can hardly wait for Iris to come back. You've turned into such a respectable man, Feeny. It was so sweet of you and everyone else to come and visit me here the other day. Of course, I was happy that you constantly had your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed.
Objection! Objection!
Gosh. I think, as far as this genre goes, the wildest writing was still the 999 series. The Zero Escape stuff,
Objection!
for me, that was the wildest ride I've been on. Because I think of like Somnium Files, I think of
Danganronpa. Right. But I feel like Zero Escape really had me like I had to walk away. I had to get up and do a lap because I was like, what the fuck is going on? What's this? I'm back from a long and tiring vacation. No one's here to greet me. I guess while I was gone, my little whippersnapper buddy quit and now I got no one. And what kind of lonely, crazy security room is this supposed to be anyway? What's with all the flashing lights and switches? I feel like some sort of space alien. And now what am I gonna do with all these macadamia nuts I brought back for everyone? Bring them over to Edgy Poo? Can't accept these, I'm afraid, or some painful... I never find a gentleman who will treat me like a refined lady. Old lady accent. I finally found something I love to do. Franzie's whippity-whip trip is gonna turn the art world on its head. I should have realized it sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial. I'm an artist. A really good portrait artist. I'm not a loser after all. I'm glad you found your calling, Larry. Look at this family picture. Is this actually Larry's drawings? Larry is an artiste. A lawyer only cries once it's all over. Okay, time to cry. Alright, cool. And I think that's everything. I can start a new game on Tuesday. Alright. Okay, see, it works out. It worked out. Math. Girl math. What a ride. What a ride. I'm like, what games are like this type of problem-solving, point-click type stuff? Thank you, Day. Thanks everybody for hanging out. I need to have a lie down. I need to stretch and have a proper lie down. But damn, what a ride. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. I hope you all have a good day, good night, wherever you are. Have a good week, in case I don't see you. I'll be back Tuesday with a new game. I kind of want to go on an adventure. I'd like to go, like, between reading a bunch and doing a puzzle, and then, like, going on, like, an exploring RPG type of time, so... We'll see. We'll see. It is sleep o'clock, y'all. Alright, thank you. Good day. Good night. Bye-bye. Thank you. Bye-bye. Good night. I'm just gonna pass out. Alright. Thanks. Bye.